begins with our mission and values, a culture of innovation and collaboration, achieving a global perspective beyond the classroom, turning education and theory into practice, developing lifelong interests and connections, and striving to make a difference in our communities. Marist College.
Good afternoon, EGF fans. Here for you guys today. I am Lord Ethan, joined in the booth by Twin Salty. We're going to be bringing you some Overwatch action today in the collegiate scene. Couple of matchups that we'll be watching this evening. The first of which I think will be pretty exciting, albeit salty. I think that on pen and paper, it looks pretty one-sided.
Yeah, on paper, a little one-sided towards Marist, but I think Siena College, maybe they can pull something out of the hat, as Marist has been on an absolute roll. I believe they're, 12-2, maybe, something to that degree. Yep. They are, I think, first place entering this week in the overall standings, after, actually, I think 12-1, I should say. But, they're number one now, with Colorado losing a few weeks ago. Marist has the map differential in their favor. So they obviously want to continue that, and obviously carry over the success they had last weekend at the MAC Esports Championships, where they took home first for Overwatch. So, everything on paper is in favor of Marist College, but you just never know sometimes what can happen.
And, well, you can know sometimes, already looking at our map pool, there are some conventions that you might adhere to. Starting off on Nepal, that's going to be our first control point map, and, that, depending on the map, it's Brawl Central. You can play a Rush composition, Dive, or Disruption, or just a good old-fashioned poke comp. We'll have to see what the teams opt for here, but going back to what you were saying, Salty, about just Marist, looking really strong. This is the third time, I think, in a month or so, that these teams will be playing each other. So at this point, both teams are pretty familiar with each other's styles. Is there a chance that we see some resistance put up today from Siena College against the dominant forces of Marist?
I could see some resistance, as they just played each other last week at the MAC Conference Championships, where Marist won 3-0 in a semifinal game, and then also a few weeks ago they played each other in the regular season for EGFC, where it was another 3-0 sweep. So maybe Siena gonna pull something differently as both teams getting ready in position, but I think it's going to be adjustments and niche plays made by Siena, and successful ones at that, if they want to try and win today.
This is Nepal Sanctum, is one of those maps that you'd see that poke composition emerge here for Marist College, already on that double shield comp, and Cloud picking up 2 eliminations right off the bat here. Is a favorable position for Marist to operate in. It's going to give them first point capture of the objective. Meanwhile, you've got Face Mask just kind of hanging out in the back lines, waiting for opportunities to pounce. There isn't going to be one. Traders and Andrew have already cleaned it up. Yeah,
already cleaned up, and this is what we kind of expected to at least begin this series today. Cloud just taking over already, almost at their ultimate. Face Mask, even though they didn't get a lot of impact that last fight, the pressure's always there. You can see Snow always looking in the back line, but you also got to look for the other Cassidy, who's flashing you from behind.
Oh, you found the stun, and then the additional CC, the Whiplash from Thunderkit, helping to dispatch them. That's a team fight over and done with. Without that CC, without that support, you don't really want to push in there. And Marist College, they say, without that support, without that DPS in the mix, we want to push up, and you're going to see them push all the way outside the choke.
Yeah, all the way through choke. Sickle's actually going to be used. They want to get one, trying to get a second. Able, well, gonna get credited with the elimination on the Ace as they decide just to manually reset. Yep. And it's an ugly start for Siena. They do have a sub in today, Jinja in on the main tank spot. So obviously, maybe not so used to playing competitively. I don't think we've seen them at all this season. So maybe just getting them up to speed is going to be what Sienna have to do for at least this first round, looking into round 2, as they're going to need something magical out of this fight to win Sanctum.
In a situation like that, Twin, you know, it's the question of how do we enable this kind of new filler here for our team. But first, you got to start with the backlines. Booker already going down, and look, the pulse bomb from Face Mist. It's going to dispatch both of the DPS in one fell swoop here for Sienna College. You're looking at another reset for them, and they're still working on a couple of these ultimates.
Yeah, but nobody's going to be able to touch, I don't think. And let's see, Booker actually may be able to touch here. They're going to try and make their way to point. They're getting hunted down, though, by Face Mist and Cloud. 100-0 is going to be the final score for Sanctum, and Marist College already on a good start.
Yeah, and you know, they're not pulling out any stops either. This is actually in the team notes here for Marist College. Let me find it real quick. If quote unquote, if we touch the spawn door, we're not BMing. We're showing you respect by giving our all. And you know, understandably, against any tough opponent, right? You're going to see a team really commit everything that they've got. So for Marist College, it might not look it, but they're just playing as clean as possible. I think that's self-evident.
Oh yeah, that's very evident that they're just playing clean Overwatch right now.
Yep.
And now going to be going on to this little bit more of a chaos comp. You're going to have traders in the back line just trying to run amok, cause some chaos, that allows Face Mist and Cloud just to clean everything up. Already looking to knock some members forward, and here it goes.
Ooh, Traders, that isn't clean Overwatch, and I gotta say this Disruption composition is dirty as well. Going up against the Brawl composition that Sienna College is opting for, you already see Ace is under a lot of pressure, ends up going down to the Power Driver, and now Face Mask is free to rain damage down from above, picking up 2 eliminations and helping to close out this fight.
Yeah, able to close it out. There's another one. They had to make it a 4th. Andrew's gonna take that final blow away, but Marist, they look so clean right now. And going into this, we're like, Sienna, we want to see something new, right? And with Jinja in, who I believe is on the Smash Bros team for them, not normally an Overwatch player, you can't really experiment too much with compositions. I don't blame them. Just throw them on the Reinhardt and see what happens. And I think at this point, you just got to feel it out.
It's kind of what we talked about earlier, you know, kind of adhering to convention there. Ace is going to be seeing the spawn doors here soon. That's a quick fight wrapped up here for Marist College, and a quick reset here for Sienna. I do find it interesting, Salty. You know, look at these ultimate generations here for Marist College. No one is really outpacing anyone else on this team. Cloud is close to that pulse bomb, but everyone else is very close behind on their ultimates.
Yeah, you know, they already have 3. Face Mist will get it if they even breathe on an opponent, so they'll have 4 ultimates going into this next fight. And they haven't even had to use an ultimate yet. They already win 2, and now if you rotate them well, it's just gonna, the snowball effect's already going to go into effect, and they don't even need ultimates, it seems like. Already 1 down.
Yeah, one of the 2 hit scans here for Sienna College already dispatched. Face Mist is going to be a little bit more free to just hang out above this choke point. Minefield committed inside the room as well from Traders. It will pick up the final blow, but it's the bomb, the self-destruct from Andrew that really steals the show, that fight.
Yeah, self-destruct thrown in because obviously they want to get value out of that window from life, and instead Diva Bomb thrown into the mix. They really don't know what to do at that point in time because you got to try and get out. Also getting body blocked by Traders, able to get 2 in the long run. Now, final fight. They're going to have to get something. Almost the remake coming through. This is... I'm running out of words, Thietham. This is pure domination from Marist College.
There's not a lot to say here, Twin. Cloud picking up 2 barrage kills and then following up with a nice conk blast. You got the nano boost applied onto Traders there, but it's not as if it was a necessary ultimate, necessary resource to expend there for Sienna College. I'm sorry, for Marist College, who comes out on top of this first map in a really good way.
Yeah, they're showing that obviously, you know, Sienna has the sub in, but they're carrying that momentum over from winning the MAC East West Championships just a week ago. And Barrage goes in, able to get 2, boops off the Dio for a 3rd. Great play from the far, and it's not looking good. And I know we usually don't say that after just a map. It does not look good for Sienna, purely because, yes, you have somebody new coming in who, it's a level 1 account. Like, I don't know if they've ever played Overwatch before today. And at least Marist was chill about it, like, yeah, just let them get on. They still want to play, and you can show it. You can see it from their performance.
Yeah, definitely a tough spot that Siena College will be in. But, Twin, I have to contend with you a little bit. Siena College, this squad is, they're gamers. They rise above adversity. And, like a lot of the teams are on a lot of the team sheets, is listed, that sentiment as, kind of a fun fact about these teams is, that maybe they operate well under pressure. Maybe they're really good at mid-game adaptations. For Siena College, they each have little moments that we might be able to observe this series that I've gotten the pleasure of observing previously. It's really just that contest of who plays Overwatch cleaner, and definitely, you're absolutely right. In this case, it is Marist College.
Yeah, they've just been. They haven't really had that many issues. I think traders trying to push everybody in. The hook didn't really work the way they wanted it to for a little bit, so maybe that engage wasn't as well as they would have liked over on Shrine. But everything else, just the dives were there, holding the right chokes, and just coordination time after time is exactly where they wanted it to be. And yes, we've seen signs from Siena College, but for them to maybe try and steal away map 2, we're going to need consistency from the DPS line to contest with Cloud and Face Mist, because if you cannot deal with those two, your front line is just going to get ran over because a third of their teammates are going to be gone already. So hopefully, for Siena's case, they can maybe contest them. Even if it's just contesting and putting pressure on them, don't let them run amok like they did in Nepal.
We'll have to see how things change. Heading into our next map, the Escort game mode, it's a little better for more team play oriented strategies. We can definitely expect to see that strength demonstrated by Marist College. Heading into this next area. I lied, actually. It's not Escort. It is going to be hybrid. Of course, we'll be going to the streets of London, Kings Row. And, the signs of life that we've gotten to see from Siena College, you make a good point here, Twin. Signs might not be enough. There's no Mel Gibson or Joaquin Phoenix to help you out of this one. So we'll have to see things really begin to manifest for Siena here.
And I would say one positive for Siena is they tried to run the rush, right, on Nepal, where it can be hit or miss unless you're on Village. This is very much a rush map. It's been slowly shifting away into more diverse comps over the last year with the changes that have been put into the game, but it's still, at its bones, a rush map. So if it is going to be a map, they can bring it back on. I think it is going to be this. They should, if they can get an early cap here and start on a right foot, there is a chance they can start bringing this back to their favor.
We'll have to see. Definitely looking at the Mercy Lucio composition, you know that the front lines might struggle a little bit for resources to stay sustained in these fights. But I do like this double flyer from Siena College. You've got Snow and CJ on the Echo and the Echo and the Pharah, and Life on the Mercy. Watch out though. You got to use some verticality to outplay this Mei wall, erected by Kane. They're able to kind of juke out the choke. Ace sees a play to be made, and unfortunately maybe didn't pay off as quite like they wanted. Just clean up here for Marist now.
Yeah, able to clean up a few. Snow gonna get sent back to spawn, and the Diva's not gonna be able to get out. Jinja's gonna get stalled out. Welcome to Overwatch, Jinja, as they're gonna get staggered out. And I like this Air Force One coming in from CJ Fall and Snow the Corrado. It's like, it can get value, especially if you can coordinate who you were trying to focus down. But you also need to stay out of the sidelines of this man, Cloud, because they are just hitting shot after shot.
Another wall, another pin, but it's Olm picking up the final blow onto Ace there. Booker ends up going down as well. It's not just the tank struggling for resources, it's also that support line, because Ginja was not in the front lines there. The Diva, the defense matrix, wasn't present. You don't have an immortality field to help mitigate follow-up damage after these walls. It's a tough spot for Siena right now.
They're still trying to figure out how to deal with this Mei. It has been their biggest issue, because you look at like, oh, Kane only has 64% ultimate charge. Have they really been doing that much? Yes, they've been holding that choke, and they've had a true fear when they're trying to push in. And now I'm going to try a different way. Going to go up through theater and try and push in. Trader's just going to meet him up there for some extra pressure, and now Kane waiting for the drop.
But look, already the tank's dropping here for Siena College at less than full HP. That's a tough matchup to win there. And although the rest of Siena College is quickly finding themselves down this hallway, it's not really a hallway as much as a shooting gallery here for Marist College.
Yeah, they're just lining up the shots. Marist able to take everybody down. And again, I like to see at least Siena, they're trying to change it up, right? They're trying to move different ways. They have Snow now over on the Genji to maybe try and deal with Cloud a bit more. But it was a fully read rotation from Maris. They were able to completely see what they were doing, able to set Kane up early on, and it's just another perfect Mei wall goes down. They haven't used a single ultimate, I don't think.
No, not yet. And they're coming up on 6 here for Maris. CJ Paul will have the barrage, but it's not going to be enough to prevent follow-up damage onto Ace. Once again, first pick of the fight here, and on King's Row, when you're playing a more rush brawl style composition, if you want to call Sienna's look really that, then it's a death sentence for the push. You can't push without your Rhine.
No, you can't push without the Rhine. And
Booker
Ace
was
being
trying.
on the Rhine has worked a little bit better. But not by much, as they're getting staggered out right now so bad. A minute left on the clock. It'll be probably 50 seconds when they can get everybody together. As they're just running through. Oh, Shatter's even going to get canceled by the flash of Cloud. It's an interesting game so far from Sienna. And again, they're at least trying different things. They're rotating heroes. They're at least trying to use ultimates. But it is a near perfect game from Marist. Haven't had to use a single ultimate. They haven't even gotten close to point. That is how dominant this hold has been from Marist. Now they're looking one fight away from a full hold.
Normally you would see fights break out kind of around that hotel area. CJ Paul dispatch, no barrage here. The beat's going to drop here for Sienna College, and the shatter is going to follow from Marist College. There's not really distance across there. Only a couple of stuns off the shatter. And there's CJ Paul brought back in by the revive and helping to bring back this fight for Sienna College. Despite the Valkyrie, life ends up going down. The barrage eliminations not amounting to much here. Now you've got Ace on the Wrecking Ball looking to touch, but a Blizzard and the Choke is going to cut off their lifeline to the rest of Sienna College's team. Already Ace going down on the objective, but I think that they did touch in time to trigger that overtime wake. Now CJ Paul has to touch, but they're not going to be able to. Look at the snipes, not only from Ulm, but Kane as well. That's so much damage that you've got to fight through, to push through that choke. And Marist College, it's a lot of damage that you have to dish out to hold the positions that they were maintaining.
But yeah, we talked about it earlier. As you said, so much damage coming through, and it was such brilliant utility usage from Kane. You can even see, like, in the second half of it, Ace was trying to bait out the wall, and as soon as he tried to full commit, that's when Kane would use the wall. And the dive would be perfect. They would be dead in a second, and then Sienna would kind of get caught out when they're trying to back up to spawn, or maybe they would try and push in without their Rhine. No matter what they did, it was just not a good ending for Sienna, as the Saints are going to have a full hold just to get a draw on King's Row. And it is, I won't say a normal desperation comp, but pretty similar. You got the double shield, Bastion's in play with Torb, the double turret. And, you know, maybe this is something Maris will have trouble with for the first push or two, and then we'll see if Maris can adapt to it later on.
We'll have to see. I think that I'd like to see Snow the Proto set up on the high ground here, but it's going to be kind of possibly a cheeky corner position. Opting for the safety of the hotel. Bastion, the receptionist here on King's Row. We'll have to see how this plays out.
Try and book in their room, you know, their room
Yeah.
to maybe losing King's Row, maybe winning and drawing King's Row. I'll have to wait and see what the receipt says afterwards.
That is the best that Sienna can hope for now. Not able to take even a tick of progress off that objective. Trades, and you do get that freeze. Almost get that freeze on the Bastion, but that's okay. You drew the ire of Snow the Proto and open up the opportunity for Cloud to strike. That's a team kill, and also a really quick finish on King's Row. That's going to be map 2 going to Marist College.
As you said earlier on when they were setting up, I would have loved to see the Bastion up on the high ground because you can kind of see. But I don't mind them sitting back there. It was just, you could tell they were a little miscombobulated of where the Orisa was supposed to, and where the tank should have been. As you see right there, Orisa out in the open. Immort has to get used very early, and it doesn't save the Torb or the Orisa. And then from there, it's just converging in. Cloud, shot after shot after shot. The receipt says you need to get out, Sienna, because your time already at this hotel is gone. Maris 2-0. Clean, professional. It's what you expect from the MAC Conference champions, that is for sure.
It's a name that we haven't really mentioned to. I mean, we've said Cloud's name quite a few times, but we haven't really gotten to capitalize on the work that they're putting in on the DPS role. And it's crazy the consistency of the damage output there on the Cole Cassidy. If you wanted consistent damage like that, conventionally you might opt for a Soldier 76, but Cloud with a serious potential for lethality, and as well being put in the right positions to do so by the rest of the team, ends up being pretty critical here for the success of Marist College. Right now, the era of Overwatch, it's never really changed. It's always been the tanks and the supports really making the game what it is, and so it's nice to see Cloud really getting moments to shine here.
Yeah, we joke around sometimes that DPS could be the least impactful, right? Which is weird to say because it's damage. You think, oh, the Riddle make it hit after shot, but it's this tank and supports that normally set the tempo. And Marist, it's just everybody's been doing their job, and that's why it looks so perfect as the DPS are put in a position where they can really shine, but it's also the tanks and supports capitalizing and creating those opportunities that Marist has just done a great job of so far. We're going to go to a very quick break. Let Sienna maybe try and figure out a game plan for Hanamura and see if they can start the reverse sweep right after this.
Welcome back, everyone. It was a very short break, and that's as much time as Marist College really needs to work in the next game plan, heading into the much beloved game mode of 2CP. The assault game mode here will be taking to the beautiful streets of and temples of Hanamura. And you can see the arcade's already been totally trashed here by Marist College, ready to go on the attack. They swapped sides here. It's going to be Sienna playing the defensive strategy first.
They're going to try and play the defense. Going to have the Bastion come out again. Snow the Prado on the Bastion yet again. CJ Pollard tried them out on the Mei, which I do like that. They saw how well it worked from the Marist side. Maybe they can get it to work as this choke. It can be a little notorious on those Mei walls. Snow, what are you doing, bud? This could get interesting as the TP is trying to go down from Kane. Yeah, that is going to be a very quick death. And here comes the TP.
Man, I wish my teammates looked at me the way that all of Marist turned around to look at Snow the Proto. That's already a man advantage here for Marist College. They surge onto the objective with the help of the teleport. They actually might have just rushed through courtyard there. It wouldn't have ultimately mattered. Marist College on this rush composition is able to move to the objective however they like, and they take it as they would like.
Yeah, and they're now going to be able to teleport left side. I think Snow is going to look for it. But TP already down. Kane able to make it through. Everybody else going to slowly make their way through. The Lucio and Bap not able to make it. Lucio can just glide right over through. And now they can start pushing over here. 6 minutes on timing. They're going for a record, Lord.
There's that rush coming through, and you've got Ace with that hero place, but the Deadeye coming through onto CJ Paul as they look for more blood to shed here on the second objective. You got a Photon Barrier coming up over the point. Nice defensive resource to play around here for the attacking team, but you might not need all of these.
Is that a record, Thiefum? Is that could be a record?
Coming out from Marist College. They're going to be taking. Quite possibly.
What, 548? That is, I don't know if Tyler's watching, if we have a fact checker in chat, maybe, or in the Discord. That was incredibly fast on how you should run Hanamura, especially against a Bastion, and now Sienna. You wonder what the play is now.
Well, honestly, Salty, my feed has died,
Oh,
so I
oh,
can't
okay,
actually.
okay, I'll carry
Yeah,
on.
I can't see anything
Um,
that's going on. You'll have to fill me in. What for as
well, they did
one-sided as the
cap.
series looks, I'm really interested to see how this resolves. I want to see Sienna put up some resistance. Oh, I'm back in it. I'm here for the long haul, Twin. I
All right.
I want to see this matchup play out.
I want to see it play out as well as Maris. They're going to go over to that Sig Hog, which we've seen it creep up on the competitive ladder, I would say, over these last few months. Maybe not as much in the organized scene, but, you know, without Overwatch League or contenders, it's kind of hard to say what the organized meta is going to be. But I think Sienna has the double flex support now, not as much healing. They really need to get value out of those pickoffs because their game is not going to be to sustain. It's going to be for those quick picks. And Maris is going to try and keep them at bay so they cannot get those quick picks. And Cloud, they have the Mercy Pocket on the Ashe. Well, to see if they can get early pick.
I gotta say, though, you talk about the kind of what the metagame for organized play might be, and honestly, looking at Marist College's composition, I actually think, looking at Traders on the Roadhog, I think that they're just trying to have a little bit of fun here at this point and see if they can get a full hold with that Roadhog. Unarguably an incredibly powerful tank, but, also in some cases a liability. I don't think that'll be the case with Traders here. Already, Sienna College is having a hard time really navigating an angle here to either walk through the choke or take high ground. There was the engagement from CJ Paul on the Doom. They get instantly shut down. There's Trader's Roadhog coming through for you. Not a bad tank to play with, despite what solo queue ranked players might tell you. Ace goes down as well, and once again, you don't want to push without that Ryan.
Yeah, right now, the meta is in such a weird place to where a lot of things are playable, and at, the 43, 4400 ranks, it's been, Sig Hog's been played a decent amount on maps like Hanamura, so I'm not surprised, honestly. Trader's pulling it out. Yes, it could be a little bit of fun being had at this point from Maris, feeling that they've probably won this series at this point, but you never know. You still got to play this series out, and I think it's also good practice because teams are going to run this later on this year, I have a feeling, so you get practice on it now. It's something that you can get at least a little bit more comfortable with if you use it down the line.
It's really too late in the season to really be developing new strategies for the team, but that doesn't mean that there's not, there's not always room for a little bit of experimentation. Ooh, look at that experimental barrier, not present there for Andrew. They're going to fall victim to the hook and the accretion. Following up from Andrew, I would really like the synergy on display here for the tanks of Marist College.
Yeah, the tank's always in synergy. Who's peeking, when Andrew has shield, when hook's going to be used, and even there, calling out, all right, the other Sigma is using Grasp, but you send the rock in from Andrew, cancels it out, gets the final blow, and it's just consistently good communication. Yep, there it is. Shield goes out, blocks the rock, blocks the nade, and now they can get out with no damage done to them. And this is going to be sticky now with Bob coming into play soon as well. Kane looking for that Riptire.
I don't think we've seen Thunderkit really untether from Cloud as much as you would like to see if you're a Sienna fan. There's a flux that's going to catch out Ninja there, and they're going to be sent back. This is a troubling position to be in, Salty, because I'll tell you, every time Ace gets hooked or Ginja gets caught out, you end up in a position where you have to back up out of the choke. You don't have resources to really push through with. Experimental Barrier is already suffering here for Ace, and they're not quite as close to that gravitic flux as they would like to be.
Yeah, at this point, Sienna, you just try and build up as many ultimates as you can, and then you try and just press Q all at once, because that is going to be your best chance of at least getting to point B. Granted, Maris has not used an ultimate. Actually, no, they used Gravitic Flux earlier on, so they've used one ultimate this defense. They're waiting for Sienna to use something, and here it goes. Both nanos used.
Oh, the Nano Zen. Let's get the Nano Trans. Yeah! Beaming gold and blue as the Riptire area finds its deployment here. It's going to secure two, but at least Booker was able to survive with the immortality. Oh, no, not such the case. As the Transcendence dissipates, so do the hopes of pushing through this choke for Sienna College.
Yeah, the hopes and
no shot that
Oh, what a throw from Kane.
That was really good.
Jinja's had a rough day in Overwatch. They may be happy to go to Smash Bros next week, as this has been it's been a rough day for Jinja on the off tank role, as they're just pushing forward now. Cloud, they're gonna get the dynamite kill on the CJ as they can just helplessly hold behind. Booker's not able to touch. a clinic from the MAC champions. They will stay in first place in the overall EGFC after a 3-0 sweep.
And this is the third consecutive 3-0 sweep that they've had. Again, I shouldn't say consecutive, but the third 3-0 sweep that they've had against Siena College. Like I said earlier, in about a month or so. You know, for Siena College, this isn't a particularly devastating loss, right? You're going up against the #1 seeded team in EGFC, and as well, you know, you're playing against some seriously competent players. For me, I think that there's a lot of value to be found in this series for Siena, having played against such adversity so many times in recent months. I think it makes perfect sense that that this is an opportunity for them to really evaluate some of the fundamentals of the mainstay roster, right? You know, how even despite being down someone, having a ringer, how do we enable CJ Paul? How do we keep Booker alive? You know, do we see the nanotrans in the future? I'm a big fan, and I'm also a fan of both these squads today, but Marist College really brought their A game. No surprise there.
Yeah, and for Siena, again, the bright spot is you're going to learn a lot more when you get your butt kicked like this than you are going to from Marist, I guess. Marist probably not going to take much away from this. It's a 3-0 win, and they're just going to keep the momentum going that they've had the entire season. Siena can look back and figure out, okay, this is what we did wrong, this is what we can do better next time around. But story's been pretty much the same for Marist all year. All they do is win. First place in EGFC now still after this week. They're looking to have a very strong finish to the entire season. And I can't wait to see what we are going to hear from one of their players in an interview right after this break.
gotta keep moving forward.
Our academic and applied esports program provides our competitive gamers a national stage to compete with other Division I universities. Our academic objective allows us to use esports to foster innovative, interdisciplinary connections.
Esports right now is an ever-expanding career field, and having the opportunity to showcase its many facets through education is really inspiring.
Here, we do what others don't.
Dream what others won't, driven to leap forward, determined to always give back.
Here, we work where giants have played, where the connection of work and ethic is made.
A diverse community possessed with a passion
To know and grow and go and show the world we are prepared to change it. Here, we ask what must be done, for in doing we learn and earn success.
and you can get there from here.
DePaul University, here we do.
Welcome back, everyone. I am Lord Thethan, as before, and I'm joined by a new face in the booth. Actually, for me, it'll be Zohan bringing all the storylines for you guys in this next matchup. It's going to be William and Mary versus DePaul for the second of 4 series this afternoon.
Yeah, indeed. And, coming into this, William and Mary, such a strong team, over 10 wins in this league already. And DePaul, kind of struggling. And also today can't be highlighted enough. They actually have a substitute coming in for one of their players. And, that if they don't mesh well, it's hard to find that mesh. And so I'm a bit nervous for them as we're jumping in to DePaul. I was going to call you Lord, not Lord the Van. I was just going to call you Lord. But, coming into this, I'm a bit nervous for DePaul, but I do like the comp that they're coming out. I'm not necessarily an Ana fan with double shield, but it's one of those. Okay, I like this a lot more. they heard me and now they switched it.
The bad brig on DePaul.
I do like this a lot more for them. And against this ball comp, this Torb, Brig Bap can actually shut it down pretty well.
Yeah, there's a lot of pressure that you're going to get out of DePaul's formation. They're a little bit late to coming up to this high ground position that you would normally want to control with this double shield lineup. Already, Max goes in for a pile drive, gets quite a bit of adaptive shields off that. That's a lot of sustain, but look at that turret. It's eating away at their health pool. Meanwhile, the shield war is still going on. William and Mary looking to stay sustained in this position with only a 6 shield. That's a nice kinetic grasp there, and you're going to see Max rolling back in, but you got to dispatch that turret. That's a lot of damage to control this high ground. There's the pile drive to eliminate it, as well as Unik's opportunity to really move it. Unique, there we go.
Yeah, I feel Obscure was not looking too much for Max for the win there. I feel Max was able to get a lot of space. That pile drive was huge. Adept shields were ready. Obscure was able to get the stun there at the end, but if it was earlier, if there was the whip shot into a bash, maybe they could have cleared up Max. Sadly, Zeph went down first, and now William and Mary are getting points on the board.
Yeah, they take early control of that objective. It's a favorable position to be in, but now that high ground position, again, it finds itself under contest here. DePaul erecting the Implication Matrix to make this a swingable fight. Rage Knight possibly looking to push him with a flanking Molten Core. Yeah, there we go. The splooge is out, and it connects to a shield, but also to a couple of meaningful targets. Tangerine and Obscure both go down. That's a decisive win here for William and Mary.
Yeah, that it was. And honestly, though, I'll say that it's a pretty clean win. I mean, Rashanet used that Molten Core there, but only Ant Matrix was used for DePaul. So there's definitely a little bit more. And Obscure is closer to that rally. If they can get rally off first, try to get Nuklama off the board, then that sustain for the side of DePaul can really outcome them. And I really like the position they're going in.
An early turret will give Robot One Trick a little bit more ult charge to allow them to Molten Core on the objective. There's the Pulse Bomb deployed from Unique, connects to the Immortality Field and to themselves. They're going to be down, but William and Mary is not done quite yet. Max slinging themselves right above the objective. It's going to be Obscure's Rally Armor that keeps William and Mary sustained in this position, as well as that double barrier. But a roll through is going to give Max a little bit of ult charge and a lot of adaptive shields. They're still contesting this objective, but by this time, DePaul has already captured this point. I think it's time for William and Mary to reset.
Yeah, no, indeed. And I really liked how DePaul played that there. They really wanted to stay together. They wanted to make sure Mischievous and Obscure got the damage off, but this rally from Nuklama can really bring it back into them easily.
Ooh, watch out though, nothing like a supercharger to cleave through that rally armor. It's not going to stay long, positioned right behind that barrier, and as well as Zeph themselves. It's all going to be going down to Rage and I. There's a Gravitic Flux committed as well from Tangerine, looking to win out this fight, or at least stall out objective progress, or the take rather from William and Mary, who, well, do take this objective.
Yeah, Zeph's bongo there was not very placed well. It was right in front of an ulting Brig, and with the rest of the healing, with the rest of the team right behind them, there was just no way that bongo was going to live for not long. And Unique coming in with this flank could be getting the Baptiste, could be getting someone. It is going for the Sigma, but as we're in overtime, it's going to be close.
And find themselves maybe pressured out by that turret. Looks for a contest against Obscure's Brigida, who is coming up close on another rally. All that DePaul University needs to do is live here on the objective. They do get the objective capture, and Obscure is so close to that rally armor in the presence of the Molten Core, it won't be able to mitigate much. Ooh, there's Noob with a nice crit shot there onto Rage and That's going to disrupt the solution of Torbjorn there from falling off the objective. The rally armor does come out as the Molten Core dissipates here on the objective. DePaul University is coming up on top of a few critical eliminations, but they haven't cleaned up the fight quite yet. Nice balk there from Obscure is going to make sure the team stays sustained in the latter stages of this fight. But watch out, Robot One Trick plants the turret, ends up going down the process. Unique's able to dispatch that quite quickly, and a rally from Nuke Llama means that this is very winnable here for William and Mary. Look at that, the picks rolling in, and the objective will find another capture, the last team fight of this round.
Yeah, that was very nice positioning from Nuke Llama. They walked in, almost got booped off the map. It was super close. They were looking at Obscure, and they saw, I think Obscure was waiting for the whip shot, backed up out of there, popped the rally, was able to win the fight off of that. But I can't help but once again commend Obscure. Amazing play in this round. Great ult usage, great whip shots, constantly getting that rally healing up, not rally healing, excuse me, Inspire. Ability names, you don't ever use them when you're playing, and then you cast and you have to use them.
Yeah, it took me a while.
It just gets so confusing.
It took me a while to learn that Symmetra's wall is called Photon Barrier. Who says that?
I don't think I've ever heard it called that ever in my life. But I do like this comp switch from DePaul University now. I love Mei Sim a lot more, and especially with the Unique on this Pharah. If they're not able to do damage now, which, they are, excuse me.
Yeah, Mischievous, I think, had already used the Immortality Field just out cross distance. It's not going to save Robot One Trick. They're going to go down the first bloodshed over, or rather just before the objective. And now Unique is going to have a fun time raining damage in above the objective. A little bit of contest there from Tangerine. It is, partially on that Diva to help dispatch the far. There's another Immortality Field. That actually might be the first one here that Mischievous deployed. It saves them, but only for a brief period of time. You finally see some picks rolling in for William and Mary. Now they just got to capture this point.
Yeah, that was a great slam from Max, which allowed Unique to get so much damage in, and allowed William and Mary the time to contest point. It didn't allow DePaul to set up turrets to allow for a Mei wall. And so, and without that, they're not going to be able to do anything against this composition of William and Mary. And especially even that Torb, like, we can't deny that Torb can put so much damage out for Machinette. And so I like this Ash switch, but a huge slam again, and
that's quite the combo, Zohan. There wasn't even a team fight there to talk about. You mentioned the slams, and I think Zohan, what Max is also getting out of those pile drives is some really good adaptive shielding.
Oh no, definitely. I apologize. I ate a bowl of udon by accident. No, Max is getting a lot of sustain because DePaul, as they switch to the zombie comp, which may work out a little more, but once again, you have to remember the ball comp is what counters this Neo Goats if you play it well. And already, already players are going down, but it's a trade-off now.
Yeah, there are picks on both sides, and now Max is going to want to use the minefield to contest the objective. There's your point presence in a more poke-based composition. It's Rival with some nice kinetic grasp HP to keep them sustained to the objective, but they might not have to sustain for long here. Picks already coming out in favor of William and Mary. Not coming out, closing out this fight.
Yeah, as I was mentioning earlier, just Max playing so well on this ball. I don't think people understand how hard this composition is to do well unless you play it. And Max and
You want to eat your words now instead of the Udon?
I caster cursed it there, yeah. Max, you were my MVP right now, and you have definitely lowered it.
Well, hey, that's okay. Rival's here to pick up the slack with a gravitic flux. The point ends up captured by DePaul, but a capture isn't progress. That's going to be accrued here by William and Mary as soon as they're able to retake this objective. 96% in building. You're not going to see a really good opportunity here for DePaul to touch, but the Tracer could have, but I guess didn't have the blinks to connect to the objective soon enough. That's William and Mary coming out on map 1.
Yeah, just absolute domination especially from Max, especially from Unique on that second point. On that first map, it was definitely more of a team effort. Nuke Llama was doing a lot there. And of course, Rashinet with the 17 million Molten Core kills.
Yeah, as well as the minefield there in the corner. You got to see a little snippet of it as well. There was an environmental elimination there for Rival of William and Mary, and it's always fun to see people displaced by your hyperspheres or the junk spam, the Zarya right clickies. I've fallen off many a ledge to just the little CC that those abilities do.
Yeah, it's just there's just a lot that William and Mary are putting out that it's very hard to deal with if you don't have the exact coordination to counter it, especially Max on that. I'm just going to keep mentioning Max on that ball because they just don't have an answer for her right now, and that is what is putting them behind in this game, and what puts them behind in this series is just the slams, as you said, the adaptive shields that allow for such sustain in this game, and also just the timing. Like, you could be the best wrecking ball in the world, and if you don't get the exact timing in there to allow your team to follow up on those kills, it doesn't matter in the end. But the timing of Max that allows Unique to get some shots in as Farah, or the slam that allowed that barrage that was not a team fight because you had about 2 seconds to say everything.
Yep.
There's just you have to deal with Max first before you can deal with the rest of the team.
Yeah, very difficult to move in whenever you're getting all booped and bonked around. Perhaps the next match or the next map rather, is gonna maybe help DePaul find out how to compartmentalize some of these fights. You mentioned that you have to focus Max first, but honestly, if Max is rolling through you with 2,000 HP, then you're gonna have a hard time really committing resources into that. Taking to the streets of Kings Row, you can still definitely see the wrecking ball come in here from William and Mary. But at least DePaul University might have a little bit easier of a time really finding out what that win condition is in the narrows of Kings Row.
Yeah, and I like the switch though at the end that William and Mary seem to be going over to the Reinhardt, going over to the Diva. And this is a really nice composition. This is exactly what you want to see on Kings Row. You want to have the Mei and you want to have the Cassidy for that stun. DePaul going for May Reaper, which it's a little bit like, it works well. Like, if Robot Trick can get a lot of damage in, it works out very well for them. But there's no stun, there's no additional long range output that Rashinet will be able to put in. But I think William and Mary might be going for that Wrecking Ball on attack. Attack works very well with this Wrecking Ball, but on defense, the Reinhardt just going in for it all should be going out very well for them.
We'll have to see the depth of Maxwell's tank hero pool really manifest here in Kings Row. It's kind of a close hold on the statue here. Got to outplay those Mei walls from Nude, but so far, no Mei walls have come up from really either side. There's an opportunity to do so there. Unique splitting off the forces of DePaul University as they go on an attack. There's the freeze as well. Immortality field expended, which means the sustenance in this particular position, right? Because DePaul isn't playing on the objective. But the sustenance in that position, it's just not there. DePaul's gonna be forced back through the choke.
Yeah, and this is kind of where Reaper does not work out well for them. It doesn't allow for teleportation. Like, you know, Robot Trick can teleport away. Ant Matrix coming out though, and oh, I don't know how this is gonna go for DePaul.
Well, definitely Rival didn't want any Fire Strike eliminations on the side of William and Mary. There was a really lightning quick response time on that Defense Matrix. And talking about Defense Matrix, there's Tangerine with the eat on the Blizzard of Unique. It definitely feels a little bit bad for William and Mary Unique fans.
Yeah, but the point is still fine. I'm not gonna be too worried there for them. No ults though, so it's gonna be a neutral fight. Well, as Newbie does get the Blizzard now. Yeah, it's all up to this next fight. If they can win this here with this Deadeye though, they have to take the point now, or else they have to build ults again.
More zoning than anything else here for William and Mary, but they've got plenty more resources to work with. Rival with an eat on the Blizzard from DePaul. Feels bad for all our new fans out there. There's a sound barrier dropping. It's going to help mitigate some of the damage done onto Max in the midst of a pin. Death Blossom coming through, and you know, Rival was really nowhere to be found for that. Max will go down to oppressive damage dished out by DePaul University, and now they might be able to actually get this objective. Gonna have to fight through a self-destruct here first, claiming 2. Obscure and Zeph all go down, but things are not lost here for DePaul as they continue to invest resources such as the Ant Matrix and the self-destruct.
Yeah,
commitments on both
I
sides.
don't know how I feel about this right now. I mean, it's working out. Rashanet did just get one, but the Shatter coming out is going to be the cleanup, and they used 3 ults while they were down players. I just want to clarify that again. Unique threw the Blizzard at 2 HP.
Oh, okay. That's some risk taking right there.
That was very risky, and you had Tangerine right there looking at them, and I think actually Tangerine might have actually got the finishing blow there. So a little bit of a wasted fight, I think. Now we're going into the Streets phase with DePaul actually having kind of a better ult economy, but Unique in that first pick.
Yeah, a better ult economy, but not a better man advantage here, favoring heavily William and Mary as they push forth onto the objective. This is a meaningful fight for them. It means that they get to control the pace of the tempo of these fights a little bit easier, especially from an advantageous position like this choke.
Yeah, and now this is what DePaul wants, what William and Mary want. This is how the fight can go. And now that, once again, I'm gonna bring it back. Robot Trick not gonna be able to teleport them. This is basically the only rotation they can get around the team, and so it's all up to this neutral fight here.
That's a really nice rush. Yeah, Rival wasn't able to eat that Blizzard either. It's going to be Rage Knight expending the Deadeye in the previous fight. Means that they don't have one here, but there's a lot of defensive resources on the side of DePaul as they continue to push off the back of a couple of eliminations. Things aren't over here yet for William and Mary. If you get a reconnection to their tanks, then they can retake.
Yeah, but now... also, as I was saying, DePaul now has a great ult economy. They have ults online that William and Mary are close to, but they haven't had them yet. If they can use them early. Excuse me, Shatter coming in though.
Yeah, and Robot One Trick almost looked like they wanted to use the Blossom. That might have been the moment to do it as well because they go for it, but by that time, Tangerine has already gotten back up off the floor after getting knocked down by the Shatter and used the Defense Matrix to just eat most of that ult. It's going to be picks coming out here in favor of William and Mary, and Max might want to use the Shatter, but really doesn't need to. The fight is already resolved.
And that's what the difference between a very high level tank and a tank that it can be good but might not understand the complexities is Max is holding on to ults when you don't need them. And William and Mary as a whole, besides that first fight, the first fight to retake point, they've been holding on to ults well, and now with this Deadeye, the shield is going to be gone for DePaul.
Yeah, and there's the Shatter now without the shield, but the Sound Barrier is able to keep DePaul University alive in this fight just a little bit longer. Rival armed with the Self-Destruct might be looking for a cast, but has to make sure that they're not frozen in the process. Look at the damage that the D.Va Mech is sustaining. They pop the Self-Destruct just in order to remech. It's going to connect to the barrier, which has regenerated here for Zeph. Means that there's an opportunity to push, but watch out. Robot One Trick has gone down to a brain freeze through an Amp Matrix. That is not the way you want to go. Sounds pretty painful to me. Mischievous is armed with their own Baptiste utility here to swing this fight, but it doesn't look doable here for DePaul as you get the tanks to reconnect. They're still going to commit the Blizzard and a counter Blizzard here as well from Unique. Both sides are investing so much just to control this little section of street space.
Yeah, and I would love to highlight our observer there. Watching Unique walling off some of the DePaul members on that street space, freezing Mischievous. Just incredible play from Unique and just an absolute domination on this streets phase after what looked to be a very equal first point, and now it's final fight territory. And honestly, DePaul has an Amp Matrix, and that might not be enough to really turn it over for them.
Maybe not. Hoping to get that self-destruct here, but you gotta make sure you don't lose that mech first. There's the Deadeye, but the barrier is going to wear thin here for Maxwell standing in front of it. There's the teleport as well from Robot One Trick onto the high ground, looking for the opening. A chance to strike, but it's gonna find Contest and Rival. Wall coming up, doesn't split off anyone from William and Mary. They're still looking strong in this fight, looking to hold here on King's Row and claim that second map, or at least this second point on the first round, but it's Tangerine self-destruct, making this swingable for DePaul as picks continue to roll through. There's the Shadow to compensate for a man disadvantage. William and Mary and Maxwell all coming through here, and they're still holding on to this objective. A couple of picks from the critical members of this squad, like the tank and the DP, the support here. As Nuke Llama drops the sound barrier, it is going to be emulated on the other side. Does manage to connect. You didn't see it get Ajax there, and you've still got a self-destruct to work with from Rival in case you need to clear this objective of its attackers. Right now, it's just a stall fest. Immortality field deployed on the objective. DePaul, you looking to stay in this fight, but they have to stay on the cart.
Oh no. Oh no, that was a total, I don't think there was even a boop there that caused it to come back. I think that was just the team was trying to rotate their players off of point, trying to get as much healing as they can. And sadly, DePaul, I don't want to call it a Charlie Niner, but that was just, I think, a miscall of where Tangerine and Obscure were supposed to be onto point. In a sad and heartbreaking way to end their attack phase. But they did bring it close. And you know, I really enjoyed how a lot of these players were playing. Newbie doing great work. Obscure once again just popping off as their main support. And now a similar composition. I kind of wish they maybe switched off of Reaper. I don't think the Reaper was getting the value that they needed. And that's not to say Robot Trick was the issue. Robot Trick is doing great. I just think the Reaper in this situation doesn't allow for rotations, doesn't allow, you know, for a stun. It's a very selfish hero in this team composition. And it doesn't, and especially on defense against how aggressive, how well William and Mary are playing, I just don't know if the Reaper is the play here.
You know, on a hero where kind of the name of the game is closing the distance there, it can be difficult to do so when you've got Rachenite on the Cole Cassidy. You mentioned a stun as well that they can use to thwart any plays Robot One Trick looks to make here. We'll see how quickly William and Mary are able to take this first objective. It's definitely a fast rotation through Hotel, and then kind of a rendezvous back into the choke here. We'll have to see if we can get a Blizzard here for first point. The wall already comes up from DePaul University, and right now it's just kind of a standstill on both sides. William and Mary biding their time and looking for the opportunity to push, and here it is. Watch out, Amp Matrices are going to come up really quickly on either side. There's the wall to buy us a little bit of time here for William and Mary. Wall coming up, forcing the Immortality field. All Maxwell can do is hold that barrier, but they're under so much pressure damage. There's the Reaper coming through. Oppressive frontline pressure applied onto the main tank for William and Mary was shut down this push.
I don't think Unique was using the Maywall there to try to push back the rest of the team. I think that was trying to cut off Zeph, but it just didn't work out well. And then the return wall from Newbie cutting off Max, forcing the Immortality field. And then that's where Robot Trick does well against, you know, no armor. Reinhardt is just going to go down instantly to a Reaper.
Well, there's the Reaper now, engaging 1v1 against Unique, ends up bailing and opening up Hotel for Unique to operate in. Throws in the Blizzard as well. Oh, it actually did land. It didn't get canceled, and it will claim an assist onto Zeph there. Without the main tank here, the defense for DePaul will suffer just a little bit, but it doesn't look like William and Mary are looking to push this quite yet. They've got a couple of resources, but you want to draw out what DePaul's got first. Without the Rhine, though, you're free to shatter, and that's Max picking up 2 final blows off of those stuns, as well as Nuklama coming in with a little bit of Lucio action there. In the back lines, Robo One Trick with a dual kill on the Death Blossom. Makes things so winnable here for DePaul University. They gave up a tick, but you lose the battle and win the war here.
Yeah, I definitely caster cursed the Reaper there. I 100% caster cursed it there. I was like, it's not gonna be doing too much. It's not. It doesn't allow for some things, and then getting a 3K, getting a 2K. But now going into this next fight, now there's going to be a lot of ults for William and Mary to allow for a lot of sustain, to allow for space making. And this is where Robot Trick might be struggling unless they get a kill of this backline.
Not really a kill, but some decent damage done against Rival there in the presence of a Deadeye. You see the Blizzard thrown out from the defense. DePaul University looking to use whatever resources they got since they had expended both of their tank ults in the previous fight. Rival engaged on the high ground in a 1v1 against Robot One Trick, has to bail out, but they have the self-destruct. Will we see a cast this fight as the Sound Barrier drops? It will help to mitigate some of those final blows, but not onto Obscure. They were too close to the self-destruct radius there, and now William and Mary are free to push this objective. With a freeze on to Tangerine, you're clear to use the Blizzard, but Unique is going to wait just a little bit to cast it. Make sure they're not 2 HP this time before they do so. Still looking for that freeze on Tangerine, but by now, picks are going on both sides. It has to be swung here for William and Mary. Coming up on a minute remaining in the bank, and you do get the freeze off, but Noob is picking up final blow after final blow. Things going both ways here, but the attacker's advantage might favor William and Mary as they stay on this point.
This is absolutely insane. I don't... This is so hard to break down. Just each player getting a pop-off. Each player trying to do so much, but the shatter... Oh, not good.
Elicits the immortality field there, but Max is back on the field, back on the front lines, and looking to only swing the hammer. No, don't proc up the barrier. Go aggressive. Push into the streets of Kings Row. You've gotten that first point capture, Max. Be free.
Yeah, that was some blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull's throne moment. Only like 5 people are gonna get that reference, but hey. But actually, I have to admit, that was definitely a fight. That was definitely a fight win. Hey, I'm gonna bring Warhammer 40k jokes into this. That was definitely a fight win because of spawn advantage. And now this is gonna be a situation where William and Mary have to push this as far as they can, or DePaul will have, you know, quite a nice advantage in terms of, you know, economy and in terms of spawn advantage. Oh my
nice. God. Yeah, that's a beautiful fire strike, and you saw it previously in that fight. Max and Alondri had the timing right on their own Ant Matrix fire strike combo, but it just didn't connect to anything. Nice to see Zeph get a little time in the sun.
Yeah, great play by Zeph. I actually, and I'm highlighting Max a lot. Zeph is not doing a poor job. It's just Max is just doing incredible work, and they have the team that helps. They have the team that helps them push so much as this Blizzard comes out, though.
As well as the Death Blossom, and I think the Shatter from Zeph as well. That's a pretty hefty commitment here from DePaul, but you know, if it means that they get to continue defending for a little longer, then I'd say it's worth it. Ultimately, you look at these ultimate economies, though, Zohan, and it's looking pretty advantageous from the position of William and Mary.
Yeah, DePaul definitely used a lot of ults to win that fight. And if they're able to force a bunch of ults in this next fight and then come back at the end of Street Space, they may be able to bring it back. And it's going to be final fight territory if they do so. But they have to force ults here now in order to do that.
A pretty juicy fire strike there, but Max already has the Shatter. There's the Blizzard to start things off first. Sound Barrier is responsive from Obscure. There's a self-destruct and a clutch block, and then a clutch Shatter. And does Zeph get eliminated? Yes, they do, and quickly following is the rest of the DePaul squads. The Matrices come up. Got to be careful about playing that mirror dimension, but at least you got a Diva Defense Matrix to work with, as well as some peel against Robot One Trick, looking to thwart the back lines of William and Mary, who will continue to push strong on this card.
Yeah. That was absolutely beautiful. And now 30 seconds left on the clock. There's no ults for DePaul, and there's quite a few zoning ults for the side of William and Mary, Lord of the Van. This is looking amazing for William and Mary, who hope to take this to series point.
Yeah, definitely. It's a convenient position to be in here. It's an early Deadeye here as well, coming up by William and Mary. It's going to zone out, like you had mentioned, DePaul University. It connects to a barrier, but it didn't do quite enough damage onto that shield. He says an opportunity here to capitalize on for DePaul. Cryoform already forced out of Noob, who had gone critically low, and you still have a self-destruct here from Rival, but no Immortality Field on the side of DePaul University. Is it winnable off the back of a Shatter? It absolutely is here for William and Mary. They want to push forward, but you've got to secure these eliminations and not get frozen in the process. A late lamp, however, and once again, William and Mary aren't able to stay on it. Oh, no.
DePaul weren't able to stay on.
I'm sorry, DePaul. DePaul wasn't able to stay on it.
Yeah, you know, William and Mary going up to 2-0 now. What an absolute display of teamwork. I think that's the thing I should really mention is DePaul has great individual players. They have great individual moments. Obviously, once again, just so people remember, they have a substitution in for, I believe, Mist is actually not Mist. And so I'm not going to really like say, hey, Mist is messing up here. Like it is a substitution. They're doing as great as they can, but you know, in this game, you have to have that teamwork, and that's what William and Mary have, and it shows in the scoreline.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really loving the tank gameplay from Maxwell, but you know, to play Reinhardt, you need a team behind you. We'll see if DePaul can get their team lined up properly to maybe start getting a reverse sweep of the series, or you know, just take one map off of their opponents here after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, and once again, it's a short break all the time that William and Mary need to format their next attack, and you know, this is playing out very similarly to the series that we got to watch before with Siena College and Marist University. I gotta ask, Sohan, do you anticipate the winds of change to sweep through the courtyards of Hanamura here?
That was beautifully constructed. If it was only a haiku, then I would have just applauded you, and I would just drop the broadcast. It would have been too. I couldn't follow up after that.
Sohan has left the building.
I love Robot to One Trick finally switching to that Symmetra play, and this is what I wanted from DePaul on King's Row, and this is what I hope will turn the tides for them as they go for the TP.
Oh, it got kind of knocked out of the choke there. It's precious time knocked off of DePaul's attack here, but it looks like some of them will be able to make it through. And when I say some of them, it's actually only the DPS playing in the backlines now of William and Mary, who are just ignoring them, pushing forward and wiping the streets clean of the menace that DePaul would represent. In the meantime, in the confusion rather, Robot One Trick was late to connect to the objective. That was a tick you could have accrued, and ultimately didn't.
Yeah, definitely maybe a bit of missed timing. I think they were really trying to get Rival there. But yeah, as you said, they could have got a tick off and also just But I want to highlight how well William and Mary played that. They saw the TP, they saw the Symmetra, and they went, okay, we're not going to stop. We are going to go in. You are not going to get your TP off. And it worked out brilliantly for them.
Oh man, and look at how aggressive William and Mary are wanting to play right now. Laundry armed with the Amplification Matrix and just waiting on the timing to use it. They've already used the Immortality Field, but hey, that's just one of many tools in Baptiste's kit. And Rage and I call it Providence or just really good timing from both them and Max, as you get so many Amplification Matrix assists on the side of William and Mary.
Yeah, this is just really beautiful play. And it's different than what we saw from them on King's Road. They're playing far more aggressively. They are pushing into the choke to finish these kills. And a beautiful, beautiful stall onto Tangerine. Heartbreaking for Tangerine. I'm not going to say that I'm supporting William and Mary. I'm not. But, you know, that is what you want to do in these situations. And 2 minutes on the clock, and we should highlight William and Mary have a beautiful ult economy. A beautiful ult economy. Compared, DePaul's not that far behind. We shouldn't say that, but you know, a Blizzard and an Ant Matrix against a Shatter from Max. It's gonna be a rough one.
Ooh, teleporting right into the maw here. It's gonna be a high noon. Oh, the wall lifted them into the skies, and with it they find 3 final blows with a Deadeye and clean up this fight. Wow.
I apologize for my audible gasp on it. Okay. Wow, beautiful. Max trying to, as we're gonna be seeing this replay here, beautiful play. That was just absolutely incredible. They thought they had enough time to rotate, but they were trying to play into that corner and fight still. But the Maywall, absolutely amazing play there.
I mean, oh, look at that Shatter coming from Zeph. The sound barrier was timely though from Nuglama. No eliminations off of that Shatter, and now a Blizzard to help William and Mary clean up this fight. That was a Blizzard and a self-destruct cast on the side of DePaul as well, but to no avail. The defenders are still holding strong. Going back to the Maywall, just to get a whippy one-liner, I gotta say, boosting in Overwatch is generally not very favorable. But hey, if you're boosting your cast up to the high ground, up to a good angle, I guess it's much more acceptable.
Jeez, man. Jeez.
I had to get it out.
Okay, I will say, coming into this next fight, Ant Matrix and the sound barrier are going to be huge ults, but the Shatter.
Yeah, but the freeze on the Max will help slow down the onslaught that we've been seeing from William and Mary, never hesitating to push forward past this choke. Normally, you wouldn't want to see your Reinhardt do that, but the rest of William and Mary, they say that's part of the win condition. We just have to enable Max on the main tank here.
Yeah, this is just absolutely incredible play from William and Mary, trying to bait out ults, but also playing it safely enough where they're not going down to any of these coming in and final fight territory, and they can barely even touch. They don't even touch.
They don't get to. No, and even if they had, there was no fight to be had there, Zohan.
Yeah.
You know what's amazing to me is that the Cole Cassidy player for William and Mary got to hold that Deadeye for as long as they did. That's kind of nutty.
Yeah, and just great play from Nuglama to really speed boost them back. To stay on speed too. I mean, unless people play Lucio in a team comp like this, I don't think they understand that you don't really want to switch over to healing that much. You want to switch over to healing if you're going to be getting a lot of value out of it, if you get a lot of ult charge from it. Mm-hmm. But the discipline to stay on that speed boost, the discipline to stay it and allowing your team to back up and allow a Laundry to do all of the healing that she can do. Just absolutely incredible play. I really hope they don't actually play this. This is just too memey.
I love it. I'm all for the Bastion hero. He's my favorite. Special move, honestly, one of the best in the game, and he comes equipped with this massive minigun that can just shred through anyone if you're sitting at the right angle. I don't think that we will see William and Mary opt for this composition, but we can dream. We can dream, so okay.
We have Max and a Hog and a Dream. I'm waiting to see what they actually switch to before it. Maybe the Neo Goats comp. Oh, they're not. Are they not switching? They're playing it. They're playing it.
There we go. Yeah.
Oh,
right.
they're doing the Hog. Yeah, never mind. They're going to be switching. Now they're going to be playing seriously. Mirror comps though. Mirror comps though. I have to admit that. So it all depends how. Honestly, I'm going to be looking at Newbie and Rashanet to see who can get the better flashbang.
Well, you know, at this point, DePaul and the University, they need a full hold just to draw and prolong what's possibly the inevitable. Look, there's not much to hold against. Maxwell already surging forward. There's an aggressive immortality field to let them free swing a little bit more. Eat on the fire strike as well from Rival that was cast by Zeph means that ultimate charge definitely favors the Reinhardt for William and Mary. Now cooped up in this corridor, the Maywall comes up, buying off a little bit more time. I really like the ingenuity of these Maywalls, but Noob is already picking up a couple of final blows. That's 2 down and more to follow here on the side of William and Mary, canceling their attack.
And I just want to highlight here, Noob was able to build that Deadeye in record. It's not record speed, but what feels like record speed. And look at Rashanet. You know, Rashanet at 41%, and with Unique and Robot One Trick at similar ult charges for that Blizzard, and Zeph on that Shatter. This could be a win condition. This could allow them to win another fight and maybe take this to a draw.
Ooh, that was a nice wall placement from Robot One Trick. And oh, they walk right into a Shatter. William and Mary goes or falls to their knees there. The Immortality Field is forced out of the hand of Alondri, and I think now they just want to wait for Rachel Knight to respawn.
Yeah, this is actually a really good play. I like this a lot. It allows William and Mary to not give ult charge to DePaul, but DePaul was able to bring this out with only a couple ults, and ults that are pretty easily buildable. Like, they can definitely get these back. 2 minutes left though, and it's still looking okay though for William and Mary.
There's a Deadeye from Noob, and I think the Blizzard that Robot One Trick had just cast connected to a wall. That means that that there's no freeze, there's no group CC to be found here, and not really even much zoning. William and Mary are already in the position that they want to play, and they haven't been forced anywhere. They're taking matches on or fights on their terms. There's a unique arm for the Blizzard as well. All you gotta do is get that freeze on the Diva, but you get shattered in the process. There's the counter shatter from Max, looking to swing this fight, but they're pushed out of the Immortality Field, quickly dispatched, and Zeph is now the one with time in the sun here.
Zeph probably was watching our broadcast, hearing us talk about Max, and was like, you know what? I'm better than that. I can do that. What's the vine that's like, I do that. This is actually what Zeph is doing right now. Absolutely incredible performance. In 1 minute on the clock, and this draw is really doable for DePaul.
Yeah, they might buy themselves another map in this series, but we'll have to see. That's nice, defense matrix usage. There's no flickering there. You just constantly eat all of that damage going through. It means the choke is insurpassable for now. There's the Deadeye to open up the fight from Rachel Knight. It does get mischievous. That's unfortunate here for DePaul as the sound barrier drops. It looks like the hopes of holding this first point are becoming less and less achievable. DePaul has to be routed onto the objective. Watch out, the Lucio player is incredibly low. Rival looking to pick up a couple of final blows. Isn't in time to eat the Blizzard, but is to secure a couple of final blows. Meaningful ones at that. And just like that, William and Mary take that last tick, or that first tick off of DePaul and claim the series.
Yeah, absolutely great play by William and Mary. Nuke Llama, just great play on that Lucio, great play on that main support the entire game, entire series too. But obviously Zeph, great play at the end there on that Reinhardt. Definitely brought it back for DePaul University there. But at the end of it all, William and Mary, just great team play, great coordination. And obviously, of course, I mean, and it has to be stated again, that team play, Rashanet getting that Deadeye sweep, going up with that Maywall, or the Deadeye that, Nuke Llama allowed them to keep for so long. Just absolutely incredible team play from William and Mary. And yeah, it shows in the scoreline. Obviously, DePaul had a substitution. We should clarify that again. This is just, sadly, just one of those games where someone wasn't able to attend. But at the end of it all, William and Mary was able to capitalize.
Yeah, definitely. I think DePaul still played well despite an inherent disadvantage that they were playing into. But I gotta say, at William and Mary, like you mentioned, they're just playing clean Overwatch, and they're rewarded for it. Zohan, we've got plenty of things to say about both these teams, but I want to hear what one of these players has to say about theirs. Coming after a short break, we'll be bringing you an interview from one of the representatives for William and Mary. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. The Overwatch gameplay is over for now, but that doesn't mean the show is done quite yet. We've got more series ahead of you, but before we jump back into the action, let's settle down a little bit with a post-game interview here for us. We have Rival of Team William and Mary University. And Rival, how are you doing after that quick series?
Doing pretty well. Thanks for having me.
Great. My first question coming into this is, how much do y'all play together? It seems that you're really coordinated. It seems you have a lot of set plays that takes a little bit of time. And how much do you practice?
We practice a lot. Definitely a good amount during the week. In preparation for our games and stuff. And then we'll also hit the ranked ladder with each other. Bring some of the domination from EGF. The ranked plebs. So, we play together a great deal.
And it's definitely important to synergize with each other, and easy way to do that is just by fitting as much Overwatch as you possibly can into your already busy student life. But heading forward, there's a lot to prepare for. Closing out the regular season, you guys will be playing up against Marist College for your next matchup. I think that's next week. And without giving away too much, what are some of the plans? How are some of the ways that you guys are preparing for that game?
Well, they have a lot of strong comps, right? So we want to counter with our own strong comps. We're going to be working on, some double shield, some 6-man, really just try and exploit the weaknesses we see and, sort of try and surprise them a little bit. So we're going to be trying some new stuff, over the weekend in the match. And I think that's what I think that will give us the edge.
Great. Going into this game, what do you feel was your strongest composition? I mean, we personally really liked your Ball Sigma, Ball Diva, but you also looked incredibly strong on that Brawl. So what do you personally feel the most comfortable with?
I mean, me personally, I think our best comp is definitely Halt Hook. You know, Max is definitely like he's a really, really powerful Roadhog. And you know, I used to play a lot of Orisa a bit more before I joined the game, but I'm definitely still keep it sharp. You know, I have a alternate account that's 4-5 on Orisa, so you know, I'm definitely keeping the Orisa skill strong. And I would say definitely Halt Hook, although we didn't show it today, just because you know the maps, it's probably not the best composition for them. But yeah.
It definitely good to have a set hero pool that you can demonstrate depth on. So I very much look forward to the Orisa gameplay. Hopefully, I get to see that, and you know, if I don't get to cast it, then I'll definitely watch the VOD. I love the horse myself,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
she's fun. She's a good tank.
Oh, absolutely.
Maybe a little
My personal
power
favorite.
grab, but well. Thank you for joining us here today, Rival. Before you depart from us, do you have any shout-outs that you'd like to make? Anyone behind the scenes helping to pull strings? Or you know, maybe there's a Twitter or a Twitch that we got to follow?
Yeah, I want to say shout out Ratch Knight for that awesome Deadeye 3K, and shout out to Nuke Llama 2 for setting it up with the boop.
Yeah, really good stuff. The team synergy in action. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it in the future. You know, more closer than maybe we're all a little comfortable with. Good luck preparing for your matchup next week, and we'll see you again soon, Rival.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys.
That was Rival of William and Mary, and you know, that is it for us as well, Zohan. It's been a fun first two series of the afternoon, but like I mentioned earlier, there is still more to come. I unfortunately will be departing from the booth, Zohan, but you will have Waffles casting here on official EGF. So there's definitely a lot more to look forward to. If you guys want to see more of me, then head over to twitter.com. Drop me a follow at Lord Ethan, just like my nameplate says below. You guys can stay up to date with all my casting gigs. And Zohan, I'll let you have the last word here.
Of course, I mean, follow me. Zohan casts, and you'll be seeing me more. So I'm not gonna plug myself too much. You'll be seeing me very shortly. But we do hope you have enjoyed this day.
Absolutely, it's
competitive gaming. Imagine playing really any video game you ever enjoyed playing, but playing it competitively to the best of your abilities. The esports club, though, we're more than just competitive teams. We host gaming for everybody. We just want people to come out, play games, have fun, and then hopefully host a few good teams that might win a few championships for the school.
We are definitely developing and pushing to build and develop that infrastructure that a lot of other clubs already have. Whatever skill level you are, you can come out, have fun, compete, don't compete. We welcome anyone.
There's not really a spot elsewhere for people to just play video games. Our club is definitely like all-inclusive, so if you're like even just a casual gamer that games, you know, an hour a day or, you know, an hour a week, it doesn't really matter. You can come and play and make friends, so that's really what it's all about.
A club like this is meant to bring games out of the dorm room and meet other people, make friends. We do game nights every other Friday night. You'll get an opportunity to play some games you've never played and meet some people you wouldn't meet otherwise. So if you're interested in gaming, come on out to the club and see what it's about.
Hi folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 15. I am Waffles for Sid, and this is Zohan, who will be joining me on the analysis today. We also have Aeon behind the scenes as our lovely producer and our observer for the evening. So, you know, I'm looking forward to seeing all those fantastic angles that we see every single week, Zohan.
Yeah, no, definitely. And we're already going to be hopping quickly into our game between University of Tennessee and Canisius.
Canisius.
But,
you know,
yeah.
it is...
a
welcome
fun
to
name.
the English language, right? It's not going to make sense.
Yeah, no, it's going to be exciting. We're starting on Nepal, which I've seen some pretty interesting games today, you know, judging from ball comps to Neo Goats. I think we're starting on Village, so obviously teams are wanting to go for that brawl. Sadly, no interesting comps on it, just basic brawl, but it's going to be fun regardless.
Well, Tennessee here has been working really hard all season as well. They're ranked number 8 going into this, so a lot of eyes on them to really perform well, and I want to see some really clean gameplay coming through. They're kind of in that middle pack area, and making sure that they have the synergy and the communication they need to take down their enemies quickly is going to be what they need to really set them apart from the other middle pack members of EGF League. We see, though, Tennessee already set up quickly. This is what they want to do. They've set up their fortress in the shrine, and as Canisius tries to push inward, they push straight into the trap of Tennessee. There's too much damage, and it's going to be Tennessee taking him down and capping the point first.
Yeah, no, definitely. They, interestingly, just not a lot of poke from Canisius, even though their comp is definitely situated more for poke with Flick on that Hanzo. But yeah, University of Tennessee using speed from Noodles and of course that TP from Plank going to allow them to set up, and now Canisius has to engage on University of Tennessee's terms. So it's all up to how Sigma. I'm looking at Ghost to help set up something.
Got some icicles getting chipped away here from the back line as well. There it is, Ghost trying to aggress forward with his fellow main tank from Canisius, and it is a tough push in. They lost their support already, and another one goes down. Both of them off the table. That's going to be Canisius needing to reset, and Tennessee going to have Earth Shatter and the Symmetra Wall online.
Yeah. Excuse me. Now we're in a point where Canisius has to bait out ults. The ult economy for the University of Tennessee starting to look very good. If they win this next fight, they're gonna have so many ults online that I don't know if Canisius can really push it, especially since Coalescence is so far away for Psycho.
The hubs right over here on this back. Sneaky. Doesn't matter if they're frozen or not. Sat on the ground from Basher. still Canisius is aggressing forward, and they get the kills they need. Tennessee bit off more than they can chew, and now they are trying to back up into their little fortress. DeHubs is, well, quite lonely. I just completely cornered themselves in to keep them alive as this May. They do have 88% on the point and counting, so they're going to be happy with this much. Wow, a commit from the Blizzard. That is aggressive coming through from Tennessee. They don't want to give this point up a single inch. Another wall comes through from DeHubs, but in the end, it's going to be Canisius holding strong here, trying to take this point for themselves. Tennessee still not able to quite take it back yet.
Yeah, but we just, remember, they have to, Canisius has to take this point back. They actually went off for just a second, but all of a sudden, this is turning around, and the Shatter, I think, might actually finish it for the University of Tennessee, unless Lucky Dog can actually clutch it out. But this is very chaotic. I honestly I don't know what else to say at this point. And Psycho just C9.
Whew. That was definitely a hectic fight there at the end, and I mean, Tennessee did a great job at continuing to trickle in and keep a presence on the point the whole time.
Yeah, the great point presence from the University of Tennessee, and sadly not a bit of a lack of coordination from Canisius. Almost getting off the point actually originally when it hit overtime. All of their players had actually backed out of there. They were able to contest for a little bit, but yeah, maybe just a little bit of situation where they needed to target a little sooner. DeHub's able to hold on for literally like 20 ticks before Noodles was able to get back there, and that was just the nail in the coffin at that point.
Tennessee once again rolling out very quickly due to both Plank and Noodles on the Symmetra and Lucio. They have set up their fortress once again, but Canisius has responded in kind with a whole different approach. We have this pharmacy here with Flicka on the Pharah, putting a lot of damage and pressure into the University of Tennessee. This is the poke comp they were trying to go for last time, but instead of the Hanzo, we've got a lot of different players moving around. Tennessee, though, gonna take the point for this first opening ticks, and we'll see if Canisius can push in and find the picks they need. D-Mech on Lucky Dog's huge, and a barrage already in the bank here for Flicka does manage to go down and in as a process, and well, Tennessee still trying to hold this point. Canisius wanting to move in as much as they can, and looks like they have the numbers to try and take this, Zohan.
Yeah, but all of a sudden the DPS for the University of Tennessee pulling it back for them. And honestly, that just comes down to the fact that Canisius is running double off-tank. They don't have, it's Sigma Diva versus a very, very structured comp from the University of Tennessee. I wish one of them would maybe go towards Ball, maybe even Orisa. I think Double Shield would work lovely with the rest of the composition that they have. But without a tank to really engage for them, they're not going to be able to make too much space to really capitalize on the picks that they do get from the rest of their players.
That was quite the charge from the side coming through from Basher, and a nice Blizzard gonna freeze up a few people of Canisius College, and kills coming off the tail end of it. A nice aggressive engagement trying to be preemptive before Canisius can get grouped up enough and in the position they want for their attack.
Yeah, and just very, very nice play from University of Tennessee. Canisius coming into this next fight, however, with, almost 5 ults. Psycho is going to get that Valkyrie, and with self-destruct coming from Ghost, maybe that is the allowance to make space, but this is final fight territory, so they have to do it.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
That's what you get for being a ground Pharah. Basher goes ahead, drops the solo Shatter, and when she's on the ground, you don't get that chance very often at all. It's going to be Tennessee holding strong and taking the first map.
Yeah, really not much to break down there in that final fight, but it just once again came to great coordination from the University of Tennessee, and Canisius just not really capitalizing on how well their DPS are playing. This is not a bash of Canisius as a team. It's more of just talking about the uncoordinated. They're just not very coordinated in the fights that they have. But great play from the Pharmacy, not disregarding the shatter kill at the end there, but yeah, it's a couple plays here and there, really close for Canisius, but at the end of it all, University of Tennessee just able to clutch it out.
Yeah, well, Tennessee is a very strong team in this league in general. So Canisius knew going into this it was going to be a pretty tough battle for them and a really good learning opportunity to really work against a team who has a lot of that coordination and uses multiple win conditions to engage in fights. And as we saw, engaging in those fights really preemptively, right? Preventing Canisius from getting ready and getting set up, and keeping your enemy off balance on their back foot the whole time sets the tempo and sets the tone. And Tennessee have been doing that and trying to improve how they do that consistently throughout this entire season.
No, definitely. And it should be noted that they almost, the hubris from the University of Tennessee was very close to losing them the point at some point. So not the map, but they were on Shrine. They went for a couple silly plays, and at the end of it all, the hub was able to clutch it out in the end.
Right.
But it worked out. It worked out for them.
But is that going to work out against teams like Marist and Colorado?
Exactly. I mean, that's the point. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
No, that's what I'm agreeing with you. It's
no, totally. Yeah. I was, yeah.
It's just one of those, it's fun for now, but what happens when you're playing a serious team?
Right.
Like a team who wants to win this whole league. Sorry.
And a team who has had their eye on winning the whole league.
Exactly.
Yeah. I love a Widowmaker out of the gate of King's Row, or out of the gate in general. Okay, this is a low risk, high reward play for these few seconds. The headshot already, ouchie. That's gonna force some resources. It does give Melee Monster 20% on that nano already though, Zohan.
Yeah, I mean, they were, I'm glad they switched over, but now, Flick ATTV on this really interesting position as Widow, not really getting a lot of value out of it, especially when the rest of the comp is very brawly. And
I thought that anti-wave, was going to be an opportunity for Canisius, but they managed to just kite back. Tennessee manages to kite back and give the room, let the anti wear off, and now they just continue to dive on through.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of it all, it really does come down to, it seems to be a little bit of a disconnect with the composition. I'm really hoping Psycho can get out of there. Sadly can't. I like the Cassidy switch though for like that definitely helps Nathaniel a lot more. But special staying on this hot. Why would you go for that? Like, come on. Why?
Oh, that was definitely quite the long sight lines coming through, and that's King's Row, right? There are a lot of long sight lines, but there's lots of corners that you can easily kite behind. Ant Matrix is going to open up the fight for Tennessee, and Canisius doesn't want to be a part of it, backing off as much as they can to make sure they don't take any of that extra damage, and they have a chance here to hold this payload right before the second checkpoint, right? That is a great spot to try and hold and let the enemy push into you.
Yeah, no, indeed, and now I like Canisius's comp. If they're able to get nice engages, they should be able to utilize these ults in win conditions. And with that missed shatter, maybe a chance.
That's what I'm hoping for here for Canisius. They're trying to do their best, but this blizzard from the hubs is devastating. It took everybody out of the picture, and even with a nice shatter coming through from Nathaniel, I don't think Canisius is going to be able to hold this second checkpoint quite. I mean, I might have spoken too soon. They've got the spawn advantage now, and with the throw of that self-destruct, they did manage to zone Tennessee back just a bit longer.
Yeah, able to push it back, but University of Tennessee with a 5-minute 30 second clock.
Yeah.
This is looking, and especially with this ult advantage. I mean, look, both support ults, not even just space making, but the ability to save from, a shatter. They don't even have a shatter. Deadeye even, and now with the self-destruct.
Man, Nathaniel just in a bad spot there. Self-destruct on one side and the rest of Tennessee on your other. You got to pick one to shield from, and well, it is tough to have bullets just slewn into your back. Paravir here just throwing them from the high ground non-stop as Tennessee is getting closer and closer to capping this third checkpoint. We got Sound Barrier online, and it's going to drop just as the Shatter does as well. Everyone on Tennessee beefed up as the point's going to roll on forward, and gonna be a third checkpoint cap here for Tennessee.
Yeah, and that just comes down to better ult usage for the University of Tennessee. Canisius with some, I feel they're playing more what they play in ranked. It's a lot less, let's run Lucio Baptiste and more. I play Ana and I play Moira, which I honestly I play Moira probably more than I do any other role besides maybe Zen when I play support, but
I don't know what you play what you think you're gonna do well on sometimes as well, right? Sometimes it's not about the compositions, it's about your comfort. And so I'm wondering if maybe that's where Canisius's head is at with this team and what they're rolling out and trying to do as well.
Definitely, but it shows also with the University of Tennessee that they're playing the meta because they want to win, which is very fair.
Yeah.
But it also, because of it, they have the utility that Canisius just can't deal with. Like the immortality field, that is a huge ability. I mean, it's honestly a bit broken. Like people talk about all the time. And they don't really have a speed. They don't have something to engage, and the University of Tennessee does, especially on this defense. Now Canisius kind of has to engage on the University of Tennessee's foot, not the other way around, and that's not how you want to play, attack on King's Row.
Well, and engaging straight into the May cast is not easy, and oh man, it's gonna be over for Nathaniel right here, sectioned alone on right outside the May wall. And if you needed a 101 class on how to do that, DeHubs just gave us a perfect example.
Yeah, that was beautiful. That is exactly what I like to do as May. I actually do that exact spot myself. It works out
Why
all the
everyone
time.
gets mad at her.
And yeah, now with this next engage, I don't know why Flick is staying on this Widow, but I guess.
Oh man, I thought Nathaniel was going down, but a nice immortality field came through from Melly Monster. Very clutch, saving his life, but once it's gone, it is free reign for Tennessee to actually take the kills in their favor. Everyone's speeding forward to take down one more person, and well, Tennessee doing a great job at stalling this time bank out.
And yeah, I mean, and once again, going back to the utility from the University of Tennessee that they're able to have, Noodles on that Lucio allows Basher to walk in, just hold up the shield. The rest of Canisius can't really get the other players because of the shield that just blasts forward, and the cleanup is just so easy.
Oh, that fire strike was nasty. It clipped a lot of people, and well, everyone went down with the Shatter following up. That was Basher all day.
Yeah, that was I should probably grab my my Reinhardt pop figure, and put it in the background for Basher, for Max from the last series as well.
And all,
if it works again, it works again.
Poor Nathaniel. Immortality field is committed, does manage to save him this time though. So I definitely spoke too soon about the deja vu. Does go down in the end as Tennessee continues to throw their resources and cycle their ultimates at them just very, very conservatively.
Yeah, and beautiful play too, just as you said before, just using their ult in such a way where they're always going to be able to cycle them, where they're always going to be able to have something after the neutral fight. Dab, if you get this up again, I hope they check this corner this time. Please check.
They've got to.
Please
yeah.
check.
Nice.
Okay.
Beautiful job. Nathaniel just on top of the wall and goes back to his friends. It's going to be the Blizzard though thrown from Tennessee, trying to get everybody from Canisius caught up in it, prevent them from getting through this choke point, and push them back to the spawn.
Yeah, indeed. And now a minute left on the clock. Canisius has some great ults to work with. Amp Matrix, Ghost on with that self-destruct could make a lot of space, and of course Coalescence for that sustain. And as long as they can...
Oh!
That was...
All right. It's okay. They
happened.
still have time. They have time to come back, and they'll still have all the ultimates online.
But yeah, so yeah, all the ults online. Ghost in a nice position to maybe get zone them forward, and that seems to be the play. Is it going to work out?
Ooh, just a little bit short, probably from where they were wanting to aim it back. A stun cancels Plank right out of that Deadeye, and now it's going to be Noodles trying to save his team with the sound barrier. Canisius knows they need to get aggressive. They get the one tick they're looking for, and they are still pushing forward for more. They are in last fight territory, and it is now time to take it, or they're going to have to move on to the next map. Tennessee does not want to lose this round here at Kings Row. They are throwing everything they have at Canisius, and Noodles goes down. Canisius has the spawn advantage as they continue to flood back onto the point, and they are going to go ahead and take this first checkpoint.
Press Q to win. I mean, you know, just use ults and you win easy. No, and that just seemed to be a little, I think, miscoordination from UT, but it's not a big deal. I mean, as we go into street space, now it's 2 minutes on the clock. And 2 minutes is very doable to hold, and even if they're able to get it past this, the timer for University of Tennessee just so good in this moment, and they have the ults to start engaging.
We see DeHubs moving around the high ground towards the back as well. Blizzard is still online, so this is probably going to catch Canisius by surprise. The Shatter is thrown by Canisius, but there it is. The Blizzard in the back. 2 squishies taken out, going for a third, but can't quite find them. Gonna go ahead, just regroup with the team, and what a nice flank coming through from Tennessee.
Yeah, and that's kind of one of the higher level plays that I think teams aren't necessarily able to work on, which is just player marking consistently. It's hard to mark every player. It's hard to mark where everyone is, and you just get plays like that, just blinks constantly. And if you can't do that, then you know, just kill the rest of the team. But Canisius sadly can't do that right now.
And, you know, Tennessee opening up this defensive hold right here with their Amp Matrix from Paravir. This is a really difficult archway to push into and through for Canisius and for any attacker in general. Defenders love to try and hold up their opponents here, and it looks like Tennessee is going to try and do just that.
Yeah, indeed. 30 seconds left on the clock. DeHub already in a great spot trying to get it out. I think maybe a nice call. Ghost knows something's up.
30 seconds
remaining. Love the caution. Okay, this is what we needed. Ghost decides, no, not even going to be going that way. Dips around, and oh, a Shatter's going to come through. It does clip a couple people here from Canisius, but the Coalescence is popped in response by Psycho. They don't want to let their team out of this fight as they continue to try and get the kills. Oh no, it's going to be in the backline. Melon Monster getting a little bit of pressure, and Lucky Dog getting taken down. There's the reinforcements that Melon Monster needed. Overtime bar has triggered as Canisius has to stay on this point the entire time. A Blizzard on there is going to be really difficult. Can Bob watch their back long enough to keep them in this fight? It is still overtime bar on the board, and with now the Amp Matrix coming through from Paravir, Canisius wants to try and continue pushing straight on past through it. Plank manages to get the stun, but does go down. Canisius still rolling forward.
Yeah, I don't like that ult usage from the University of Tennessee. They could have easily regrouped and re-engaged with a lot of ults. This is final fight territory, so Canisius, it's overtime, so Canisius has to do something about it. And I felt they just thought that their ults could do something. They were going for hero plays, and now Canisius may be able to stop this. A lot of ults online for them.
I mean, ults being thrown left and right. It's going to be sound barriers trying to reinforce Canisius through this, but Tennessee holding strong, filling the kill feed, and they are going to go ahead and take Kings Row.
Yeah. actually a bit confused on that. I wonder if Canisius wanted to try to maybe save ults there at the end, but they really only seemed to start to use those ults once the players were going down. And it didn't work out. I think they wanted to try to save ults for the last phase. And honestly, University of Tennessee able to clutch it out. And now they're at series point.
Yeah. Well, I would have liked to see Canisius maybe be a little more aggressive when that OT bar had triggered as far as taking that space, right? Moving into just before the second checkpoint. You don't have to have 4 people on the cart. You can push ahead a little more, try and get some of those utilities out from the other players and to get that, some of the poke phase initiated. Like you said, they still had a couple ultimates online towards the end of that, but, can't be holding on to them forever. Tennessee did a great job at just really bringing in Canisius, and it felt like Tennessee had a trap waiting for them every single time between the walls, the blizzards from behind, the flashbangs coming through from the Cassidy. There's a lot of CC coming out.
Oh, definitely. And now we're going to be going into our assault map, which maybe Canisius could do something with it, but we're going to be seeing what happens after the short break.
Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 15. We are at match point for University of Tennessee going up against Canisius College, and we are about to head over to Hanamura, Zohan.
Yeah, Hanamura. It's maybe a chance for Canisius to bring something back for it. I really hope they play aggressive. I hope they maybe bring out a Lucio. I'd love to see them. I cast a curse to that already. It's fine. But yeah, especially with them on attack, they have to do something now, or else University of Tennessee might get an easy win condition. Or excuse me, University of Tennessee is attacking. They have to defend well and maybe get an easy win condition for them. You know, if they can full hold, which doesn't look too likely, but maybe.
I'm not sure easy win condition against Tennessee is something to really expect though from Tennessee. It's even if you have a win condition, I don't think it's going to be easy, especially if you're going up against them. They have, you know, enough of that competitive fire not to just keel over real easy. And well, it's going to be Tennessee getting really aggressive, just pushing straight through both shields. All right. Doesn't matter, we're gonna walk on through. They have some very fast and mobile players, Zohan, and I think this is gonna be, you know, a little troublesome for Canisius as they continue to try and hold this defensive point. It looks like they're getting encircled from multiple angles as the Doomfist from DeHubs is just displacing tons of people. You have Lucky Dog doing even more displacement, and Tennessee is attacking Canisius from literally all angles.
Yeah, this was one of those compositions from the University of Tennessee where if it works really well, and sadly for Canisius' case it did work very well. This is definitely a very funny strat as Basher waves at the rest of Canisius and then goes into the backline. And Plank doing so much work on Widow against a composition. I just said composition that shouldn't usually be doing. Getting value off of it. Oh.
2 kills from a whole hog. He just got in the back line somehow. Canisius didn't even see him walking all the way through. Now that they've been caught by the minefield, it's going to be even more difficult as Tennessee already has 1 tick on the board. There's a couple stragglers from Canisius trying to hold down the fort a little bit, but these sites are going to be devastating, right? Everyone knows exactly which side of the spawn they're going to be coming out of due to it. The tire is visible, and Tennessee pops the sound barrier just before they're about to take this second checkpoint.
The fact that they have a 5-minute time bank and they're running Lucio Zenyatta, I think should just show everyone the... I'm not going to say the domination, but the very well coordinated play that they're running with, honestly, a meme comp.
Well, Tennessee has been together for quite some time too, right? So being able to flex over to these sillier compositions and maybe to some of your off rolls that you would maybe use to stall or just take out a Pharaoh real quick, it goes to show you that regardless of who they're playing, they have the synergy. They can anticipate each other's moves. They know, oh, DeHubs, you like to bite off a little more than you can chew when you play Doomfist. I'll throw the shield for you. Don't worry.
Yeah, and it's just I like the comp that Canisius, that University of Tennessee is running, because it doesn't make sense at all to me. I don't know where to go from here. Lucio Zenyatta with the super monkey, and DeHubs on this Junkrat. Oh, this Junkrat positioning. This could be very brutal for them.
Wonder if Plank's gonna get that new Sombra skin as well. I'm a big fan of dragons in general, so I'd love to see that roll through for our, EGF maps that let us keep our fun skins on. Starting to see though, still just gonna hang out on this high ground, waiting for Canisius to try and move towards the point. They're encircling them once again, and such a mobile composition from Tennessee is going to be so tough for Canisius to handle all the pressure from all the directions.
Sorry. Couldn't help but laugh a little bit there.
Lucio has some of the best voice lines too.
At least, who was it? Dubs is not on that Doomfist again, and they're not spamming, and they say.
And they say, right? Hot
So
Cocoa Break. That's the other new one.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I'm enjoying the setups here. It's a bit memey, but it's fun, and it's working out well for them. 3 minutes already, minute already gone, and the dives are just working so well.
Immortality Field forced out right away because of the dive here from Basher. Once the Immortality Field is off the table, Tennessee just has a heyday, goes crazy aggressive, and continues to put the pressure and onslaught onto Canisius. Oh, not fast enough, Plank.
Yeah, the one character I'm not really too worried about coming back fast is Sombra. So, another minute gone. We have a Far with no mercy and no ults online for Canisius.
I like that Nathaniel gives a wave to Lucky Dog. Hey, you're not sneaky. If I see you in that hallway, pressure's coming through. There it is. Good. Chase him out of your back line. You don't need that harassment. And, well, Basher is pretty much biding his time to lay down the harassment from this Primal Rage online.
Oh no, they're walking into it. I think Diva's gonna see it.
Pushed off the high ground though because of Ghost over there on the Diva, and well, there it is, a nanoed Winston rolling through Canisius College as Tennessee continues to throw their resources into their tanks and enable them to just get all of these kills.
Yeah, this is just...
I bet you it is fun to be a tank player on Tennessee with this many resources thrown at you to keep you alive and to get you the kills.
Oh no, go. The stagger onto Ghost is going to push Canisius' next push, no matter what, under a minute. Riptire coming out as well, maybe gonna get something for it. And yeah, this is starting to look like final fight territory. Luckily, Riptire not bringing them, not resetting them at all, but yeah, they need to do something now to keep them in the series.
Plank was caught right there. There was no other words than that. Plank was caught right there. Didn't have anything to bail himself out, and well, EMP still on line for Tennessee once he finally makes it back. The sound barrier from Paravir is going to reinforce Tennessee on this defensive line, trying to keep themselves in this game, but Canisius is throwing a lot of resources and ultimates at this fight. They did lose a couple people in the process though, and with 22 seconds left, it is last fight territory, Zohan.
Yeah, they have to do something now, but the oppressive nature of this composition from the University of Tennessee means they have to get a pick off first. And I don't. Ghost, you have to go touch. Go,
there
Ghost.
it is, yeah.
Ghost,
in the
go
back,
touch,
it looks like Flicka did manage to go ahead and hit the point, while we see Plank putting a lot of pressure here in the back line of Canisius. It's still Tennessee holding this point strong, but what? 3 kills suddenly come through for Canisius? That's the chance they need to take this fight at the very end here, just at the last minute. They did this on Kings Row for the first checkpoint. Can they do it again here on Hanamura? They are giving it everything they've got, and Tennessee knows they need to perform if they want to clutch out and hold this first point. 1 tick in the bag for Canisius as they continue. Oh no, that's gonna be tough. There it is, back on the leads just barely, as 2 ticks have been in favor for Canisius now. They want to do everything they can, but Flicka low on the ceiling does go down in the end. People from Canisius are now rolling back through to the point, regardless of all the ultimates and resources being thrown left and right. Overtime bar is active as 2 more are going down from Canisius, and it looks like Tennessee is going to be able to hold this first point here.
Yeah, huge props to our producer Aeon for the amazing observing there. There was a lot going on in that fight, very chaotic fight, and it was very, very cohesive due to their observing. At the end of it all, Canisius had some life. They definitely were actually trying for it. They were giving it their all, and I'm very proud of them for that. Didn't work out in the end, sadly, for them, but University of Tennessee, once again, one of the best teams in EGFC. And it shows why. Just great coordination, even if it's a bit memey at times, but works out very well for them.
Yeah, and they have shown that they have the skills to be able to pull off some of those strategies. And sometimes you do need an occasional trick up your sleeve, rolling into a third round with only 1 minute on the clock, right? Really curious to see what we see from Tennessee later on in the season as we continue on through. But we do have one more game coming up after this. We are going to take it to a quick break and actually catch up with someone from Tennessee and see how they're feeling after this round. Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 15. We have Plank joining us from the victorious team of University of Tennessee. Plank, thank you so much for joining us here in the booth today.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Yeah. Well, all right, so we're on week 15, okay? We're pretty far off into the season, and at this point, there's only 2 weeks left of the spring. What has the evolution of Tennessee been, and what have you guys really been refining throughout these long weeks?
There's been a lot of improvement on the macro part, especially with like how we're coordinating as a team. Especially me, like I'm usually a sub, but our main hit scan DPS could not be here tonight, so I was in for him, and I think we've gotten a lot better in general at Brawl Comp specifically. There's a lot of improvement on that part. I'm really enjoying playing it now.
Nice. Well, you did excellent today, by the way.
Thank you.
You did. What in Brawl Comp do you like more? Is it the coordination? Is it how you're following up? Like y'all seem to have a great like utility usage, great ultimate usage that isn't pressing Q to win. Like I particularly loved on King's Road defense that y'all weren't using every ult to win a fight. Most of the time you might not even use an ult. Is that what you've been working on, or is it just general team synergy?
General synergy, especially with like keeping comms consistent, like not being too loud or talking not at all. Like we definitely worked on our comms, but definitely our ult usage, especially with me. Like I used to be terrible with that kind of stuff. Like I just would either not use it or I would use it at the worst time. But I think I'm getting better with that, and I definitely agree that like our utility is definitely really good with like not wasting things.
Great. Yeah, and I just have to ask, what was that composition you would call on Hanamura? Especially, on attack. What teamwork composition play is this?
So that was a variation of the Yoinky Sploinky, where we have I may be messing this up. I'm sorry, Zane, if I mess this up, but this is the ball being the Yoinky and the Doom being the Sploinky.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
It's a comp we like to practice sometimes, just to mix things up, throw the other teams off. It's not something that a lot of people play, so we really like surprising people with it.
It was definitely a surprise, especially for us in the booth, to see it come through. There's a lot of synergy, right? There's some potential there, and it's good to see you guys are also keeping it fun for everyone, right? You playing the same old composition is boring. We all remember what it was in GOATS, and we're probably all grateful that it's not the same old. Plank, what do you want to shout out here at the end? What are you most grateful for? Just kidding. Is there anyone you want to shout out or give props to?
Yeah, I wanna shout out the whole team. You guys are awesome, and especially shouting out my friends who are watching right now. David, I see you. I'm looking at you right now. I'm joking.
Well,
yeah.
there you have it. Plank, thanks again so much for joining us. Special hello out there to David in particular. And we really look forward to seeing you guys, continue to play through the last couple weeks and into the playoffs as well. So good luck, dude.
Thank you so much.
All right, folks, we are about to take a short break before we go into our next matchup of University of Montana against University of Colorado. There's plenty of Overwatch going on the other EGF channels as well. So you can hang out there while you wait for a little bit, and we'll see you on the other side of the break. Hi folks, and welcome back to EGFC Week 15. If you are just joining us, I am a Waffles for Sid, and this is Zohan, and we are going to close out the evening with our last matchup. We are about to go into our game against Montana versus Colorado, and Zohan, I gotta say, this is going to be a really tough battle for Montana against Colorado, ranked number 2 currently.
Yeah, they're CU Pac-12 rivals of mine. Excuse me, I'm a little biased. So I'm supporting Montana in this fight. I do not want CU to win because, once again, I mean, even though Berkeley isn't playing in EGFC, I will always support the opposite of Pac-12 rivals. But yeah, CU, very good. I'm gonna try to caster curse them as much as I can. They're so good. They're gonna dominate.
That's a new attack approach from a caster that I haven't seen. Like, I love that. Do it.
They are gonna do amazing. Wink, wink. I like the comp they're running. Interesting. Though cheats seem to be enabled.
Gavin does this every time, okay?
Oh.
Yeah, there's a glitch where you can, I don't know why or how exactly it works, but as you see, he wraiths over and then is able to Death Blossom in the spawn. So he has a good time confusing everyone who hasn't seen it yet. It's like my 3rd week around with Colorado. So, I've seen what they bring to the table. They are starting out here with the rush composition, but I know they've been working on the ball composition, which last week in the interview, they told us they had been working really hard to refine and increase that synergy between Cloud and Funkmaster. Obviously, both of them dropping down from the inside at the same time. It does result in the first kill for Colorado as well, Zohan. So it's already coming to plan or going according to plan and coming to fruition for Colorado on this first push.
Yeah, I think Montana definitely with the right idea. They have a very nice composition coming into this. I'm not necessarily a huge fan of the legs, but Loadman just doing so much work on Soldier 76. But yeah, now we're coming into this. CU already has a lot of nice ults coming or even online. Pulse Bomb. Oh, Kids Bohemian in the back line. That's brutal.
So Colorado here has told us repeatedly that they're going to play every single team as seriously as they can, regardless of what the game status is and what the score shows. So them being this aggressive here, trying to put University of Montana on the back foot and keeping them off balance this whole time is a big goal of theirs. Looks like they might have bitten off more than they can chew. A couple people did go down, but Colorado clutching it back up here with some great tank play coming through. Funkmaster really doing a great job at just mowing people down left and right, and in the end, the mobility is just too much for Montana.
Yeah, I need to come back with the caster curse. They are doing so well. They are going to win this round. Okay, now the curse is out there. Yeah, I'm looking at, I really like the alt economy from University of Montana. We have Jimmy Carter. Sorry, that name makes me laugh. And Coalescence coming in. This could be a big deal.
Dragons are going to tear through the point as Colorado is going to stack their support ultimates for this fight. Bun Bun knows they got to pop the sound barrier to try and keep them alive, and the pulse bomb does not a kill, but a lot of damage for Colorado, and they're going to continue to hold this point and push it into this last fight territory.
Yeah, and as you said before, Montana hasn't had an esport program until the middle of the season, but they're doing very well, honestly, for how young their program is against the ranked 2 team in the country. It's actually very, very well done what they're doing. They have coordinated plays, they have coordinated ult usage. It's just, you're going against a team that is taking this seriously, and it shows how well CU does in these situations.
Well, CU has made a name for themselves. They've only had 1 loss this season. And, going up against the number 2 seed always means there's a lot of opportunity to learn and grow. Montana knows that CU, they're people that are going to continue to push and keep their synergy and polish. And so if you can learn and adapt from that and mitigate a bit of that, that is a lot of growth for Montana.
No, definitely, and I was complimenting them earlier for their composition. Okay, there it is. That's way better.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I did not like Winston Reinhardt, but I like this a lot more. I like the Cassidy change too. I think Cassidy does a lot to deal with Funkmaster. But Funkmaster, oh.
Man, Cheval just left a little bit behind. A lot of people on Montana were able to just scoot on through, and while Colorado continues to they just encircle their enemy over and over. We heard them talking about that ball tracer comp, and it is just so oppressing.
Yeah, and ECU's playing this to perfection. They are, and especially how well they're playing this. And oh no, they're even switching. Bird Boys is switching over to Mercy. They're not worried about Yayu being in trouble, and it's showing well. And Cloud's even able to get out of there. Oh, never mind.
Okay. That's a good, I mean, that's some aggression coming through from Cloud, but Cloud has some pretty serious DPS chops you shouldn't take on too lightly. We can see that Montana is going to go ahead and just make their way on to the point, but they are once again already encircled. Colorado was set up and ready, waiting for them to move on to the point, and now people are flooding from both directions. Colorado gives that space while the point temporarily gets taken over for Montana, but they're only kiting back to avoid the damage and then dish it out again.
Yeah, they're... Honestly, the fact that they gave a point for less than 10 points on the board is just absolutely insane. This just shows the coordination that they are really pushing through. They literally just like back up for 2 seconds to regroup, and it's just absolutely insane how well this team's playing. And yeah, no ults on the side of Montana, and all Shivel's already gone down.
Man, this is so difficult for Montana to push into, right? There's a lot of ultimates online for Colorado to use, and the fact that Colorado's composition is so fast and mobile, especially that Hammond, right? Funkmaster on the Hammond, you see him sitting in the back line, scouting Montana as they are walking up. That means Montana is immediately at a disadvantage when they move out of the spawn because the enemy has all of that information on them and their pathing location that they want to take for the next fight. And you see it here. They are shutting down Montana right before they can get to the point because they have this information. They are ready to take this attack. And with the OT bar triggered there just at the end, it's still going to be Colorado taking this first round.
Yeah, that was a quite dominating performance from CU Boulder. My caster curse didn't work out this time, sadly. So I'm gonna need to bring it back onto the thinking board. Think of something else. And yeah, Gavin and Cloud are playing exceptionally well. Obviously the rest of the team is as well, but just to highlight how well that they are getting those finishing blows and just, and even setting up, which at this level, being able to set up as a DPS player is exactly what you want, being able to carry. And yeah, that was very fast.
You said 3 key words to me just now, and you said, highlighting final blows. And you're talking about Cloud and Gavin. Well, last week, props to our observer for catching this beautiful sequence of events. We're on Nimbani. Cloud manages to sneak around to the back line, has that Deadeye online, goes ahead, draws the Deadeye. Gets a 4K or a 5K. I honestly can't remember which, but it didn't matter because he ended up rolling off and cleaning up the rest of the team. So literally killed all 6 people in one play. So yeah, final blows are really strong, especially for players like Cloud and all of the other members of Colorado who continuously peel and back up one another. They have such good synergy and communication, especially when there's low health targets.
Yeah, no, and great, as you mentioned, great focusing of targets, great finishing of targets too. It's you know, one thing to target people, it's another to actually finish those blows and actually confirm that kill. And not a lot of teams have been doing that. And, you know, CU's have doing it at an amazing level. And honestly, like, they're running Gavin on this Hanzo, and it kind of shows how, you know, I don't know how I feel about this. If they were taking this super seriously, would you still be running a Hanzo? Or are they just having a little bit of fun now?
I believe they've run this in the past a bit, not necessarily here on King's Row, where there's typically this choke point that you see more of a Mei favored, but I'm honestly not too concerned. Colorado is going to be putting a lot of effort into making sure the shields are getting broken, and if they are, I mean, yeah, this is a rush favor. So if they're looking to try and just shred them quickly, Gavin on that Hanzo is going to be really helpful for that. Man, already 2 kills. Holy cow, quadruple kill. My word, Colorado so aggressive already. Just not letting Montana have any inch of space or room.
Yeah, that was fast.
Almost stunned, Bun Bun. Great job getting out of there.
Yeah, Gavin just hitting beautiful shots. And once again, I mean, we mentioned it before. I don't know if that was necessarily a call out, but Bird Boy's finishing off of what was a great body shot by Gavin. And at this point, just, I don't even know if Montana can go out of this choke, and I don't think it matters.
Wow, that was a great speed boost from Yahoo to just let his team capitalize on Montana, who had pretty much fortified themselves around that health pack. And well, once you get encircled by Colorado, it's pretty much game over.
Yeah, that was honestly, I don't even know what else to mention at this point. I like this double sweep switch, but oh, the shatter.
Jimmy Carter saw it coming, went ahead and fortified right before, but that doesn't quite save your team. Colorado backing up Cloud as he gets 2. Nicely done here with the Deadeye. And once again, Colorado putting the resources into their DPS and enabling those final blows.
Yeah, this is a very one-sided series at the moment, but I am looking at Montana. They have a couple of nice ults coming online. I want to highlight that Deadeye from Schimmel. Bun Bun, of course, with that Coalescence, maybe a little bit of life left, even though this Amp Matrix is holding them back right now.
The wall comes up from Loadman to try and mitigate that, but man, it is a classic grab dragon combo coming through from Colorado. No one survives that. We all know it.
Yeah, I honestly feel bad. You like, I don't even, you can barely talk. These fights are over within 5 seconds. I mean,
no,
just
we're hanging out, having a good time. Look at this, Gavin just hanging out in the back, trying to put that pressure on, give a little turn there, and well, once again, we're here at the front. Shatter stops the Coalescence right at the entrance of the choke point. Man, that is tough for Montana, but they do have Blizzard online. And if there's going to be a fight or an ultimate that really zones Colorado out of the way, it's going to be Blizzard.
yeah, but it also depends on how well CU see it, and I mean, they've been playing it well. Though I am gonna comment, you were right that Ruby is not on Diva anymore, and that could allow, I mean, never mind, you know, load band's gone.
Well, they still have time for one more push, right? We've got a little bit of time left. Yahoo just booping them away before they can get into the spawn. Look, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Yahoo to help them kite away from this Blizzard. It's pretty much all on him to either get, they either get frozen or don't.
Yeah, at least with Bongo and Deadeye. Valkyrie being popped early, though, I
mean, yeah, you're going to have to. Montana's looking to engage, and oh no, back 3 kills with the Deadeye from Cloud. He's looking to clean it up just like he did last week, but it's gonna be his teammates helping him out instead. Colorado continuing to hold strong here at the first point of King's Row.
Yeah, that was around. That's all I can really say about that. That was indeed a round of Overwatch. See you just putting on a masterclass of how to, really focus on targets, really focus on finishing blows. It's just great coordination. You see, it does seem to be a coordinated play of, hey, I hit blah blah blah, like finish it up, and great positioning from each of the players to like be in a position where they can follow up on those final blows. And yeah, I mean, it worked out. Now they just need a easy tick, and it's gonna be series point.
I have noticed that both of these teams have pretty good discipline when it comes to using their ultimates. It doesn't feel like Montana is slinging them out too much too aggressively, right? At some point you have to throw everything you have at stopping the payload, but it doesn't seem like they are overcommitting when the fight is lost, right? We didn't see any late Valkyries or anything like that. We saw ultimates being used to engage the fight, to, as a win condition, not as a Hail Mary saving grace. And Colorado does a great job of this as well. They have such good ult economy discipline, and it makes them one of the best. I mean, it's one of the reasons why they are one of the best here in the EGF League, and why a lot of teams put a target on their backs to try and take them down this season. They're already moving here onto the point for King's Row, and well, with Loadman on the Bastion, they wanted to stay low and close so he couldn't have his sights on him. He's already down for the count, and Montana here has lost a few players. That's gonna be it. Colorado has the manpower, and they took the tick for King's Row.
Yeah, I liked the idea. I liked the composition from Montana, but I think they held a little too far back, and it gave Colorado the ability to just walk onto point and force Montana to jump down. If they had held a little more aggressively, if they had just held over on the high ground near statue, that would have allowed them not only to get a lot of poke early, but maybe even get a pick, maybe even force Colorado to force to another comp, and more time goes on. I'm wondering if they were worried about like Symmetra, and I feel like that might have been how they played, but yeah.
Maybe, yeah, or maybe they wanted to try and capitalize on a bit of a longer sightline and not risk that initial nasty Widow Hanzo pick that just snipes you when you're sitting still when you're in the Bastion turret form. So, either way, Colorado doing a great job at avoiding those sightlines altogether. I love how closely they hugged the wall, and it really reduced the ineffectiveness that a setup Bastion does have, right? No sights means no Bastion point and click adventure, which, I gotta say, I started playing Overwatch on console, Zohan, and I never, I was like, oh yeah, I guess it's fine. People call it that. It's fine in turret mode. And then I was on PC and I finally made that conversion, and I was like, oh, so this is what it's like to actually be able to hit shots better and just not stop firing. Okay, more fun. Definitely more fun. It's more fun when you can aim.
It's definitely, I was casting EGF high school earlier. Ooh. And one team was definitely on consoles, and you can just tell, like, they were doing actually very well for being a console team. Like, one of their DPS was popping off, but didn't work out in the end. But yeah, console so much harder, especially with no aim assist.
Yeah, and these playing from console players playing against PC players is a totally uphill battle for those console players. And like I said, I started on Xbox. I made the conversion to PlayStation at some point. We had some friends convert with us, and they still play controller on their PC. So, it's a tough grind for them, and man, they still hit shots I was never hitting on console.
Yeah. I envy people who are good at controller. I've never really
They're the ones that become surgeons
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or honestly,
quite a
observers.
finesse.
Hey, if you're good,
Oh.
honestly, just a shout out. If you are good at controller, use maybe go into observing. Honestly, most of the time, you get paid more than what we do right now just to observe the game.
Yes.
So.
And you know, you use a controller because it gives you that long, fluid, smooth motion that all of you controller players have put those years and hours into refining. Right. Thank you, Aeon, our producer, giving an example of what it's like to be on my controller occasionally.
I like this composition. Oh, excuse me. I looked at the DPS and the tank lineup first. Please don't go Zen Mercy with this comp, Montana. Please. See you. Is this? You know, we saw it earlier. Is this the reverse? Is this the defense of the oinky, splinky, oinky,
Yeah, right.
oinky?
Yoinky. What? No.
Yoinky.
Yoinky
No, it's
splinky.
Yoinky Splinky, yeah.
Yoinky. We should have asked him how to spell it. That's on me. But we do have, like you said, Colorado here going to be starting off. Oh my gosh. 125 when he slammed down. That's the dangers of a Doomfist who knows the map and knows how to boot themselves up and around it and really maximize the value and height they can get before activating any of their abilities, Zohan.
Yeah, now Montana. Ooh, actually getting Funkmaster. This could actually let them have a win condition, especially with the rest of the team coming back. But now Loadman going down. And
Put the stairs just a little bit before the pin onto Ruby. It's still going to be Colorado holding this defensive choke point here. And, well, Cloud feeling good on this Doomfist as he's just jumping around the map and sliding so high off those roofs.
I'm just gonna let everyone know now, if you're playing Reinhardt and you have Zen Mercy, please do not charge in. Unbind Shift. It will save your life many times. I know this as I play Reinhardt.
Oh man,
Yeah.
or only do short charges if you want to stay in this fight. Oh man, that is tough. Bun Bun was just melted right away. We talked about Colorado's really sharp focused fire and how quickly they do melt targets, and honestly, a Rezzing Mercy is one they shred quickly and set their sights on even faster.
Yeah, now this is looking very nice for CU. Obviously, remember they're taking this. I'm gonna say it's. Oh, that was brutal. Doesn't finish it though. That is a key factor. And oh, Yahoo going down early. Maybe this is a little bit of. Never mind.
Wow, this is devastating. Nice fade out of the way. As soon as the fade was there, Cloud knew it was over. But honestly, the carnage in the backline had already been done, and Montana still gonna have to regroup. And with 1:48 on the clock, Colorado is starting to feel really good.
Yeah, they're doing very well. I like the switch off of the Rhine. I mean, Jimmy Carter switched a while ago, but I do like the switch to the Hog, where it allows a little bit more. But ooh, nice combo.
I loved that. What is it? The pull from Funkmaster right into the Dragons just before they were launched. That's the synergy. There's communication going on in advance before that happens, because the Dragons had to be launched before the flex, or what is that? Jeez, what is Orisa when she grabs them in close? Halt! Thank you to our producer. Yes. They're halting in advance way before the Dragons, and it's looking beautiful. Bird Boy's already going to go ahead and be aggressive on this Coalescence. Sorry, Loadman, there is no hacking for you. Bird Boy was bloodthirsty, preventing any of that, and, well, even more damage from Colorado to really push this into our last fight.
Yeah, I don't really see. They could get a grab off, but then they have Transcendence, and then there's Transcendence to deal with.
No.
They could get.
Transcendence maybe accidentally misclicked early there, but still gonna be Colorado trying to find those picks and getting some of them already. It's tough. You've already got, I mean, you're surrounded. Once again, Colorado has done their signature, setting up at many angles, preventing Montana from even getting a chance to get close to this payload or to this point here on Hanamura. Just a really nice job at showing some positioning.
Yeah, that was a bit of a interesting composition. I liked where Cloud was. That was actually kind of fun. Not many people know of that spot. That is a very memeable Widow spot, and if it works out very well. Getting great shots onto Bun Bun, and yeah, CU now have a very, very clear win condition,
right.
And Montana has a long way to go to maybe bring this to game 4. There's obviously always a chance, always. You know, it's the percentage may be very small right now, but this composition from Montana maybe. Ooh, this actually, I like this a lot. This could allow them to maybe hold on as long as they can. I'm liking this actually, especially. But CU going for maybe. Please don't go on to Widow still. Please don't say on the Widow. But
might.
Oh, this setup. I don't know if I like this setup spot. I'm so confused what's going on. I've never seen any. I've watched so many levels of Overwatch. I've never seen this setup spot.
You know, I will just be on this ride together here with Montana, right? Obviously, they're trying to take up multiple angles and wait for Colorado to pretty much just walk into the point and try and walk onto them. They're going to hit them from both directions, and, well, Colorado has a different plan in mind. They're already trying to move to the back and encircle and, okay, maybe just give the spawn doors a kiss and try and wait, okay? Or we're dancing. Love it. Anyway, Montana's still going to be holding the point here and, well, pretty much just waiting for Colorado to try and push into them. Gone. Love that. TP'd right out of the sight lines. Nobody sees Funkmaster behind. No! Bohemian! They just get pinned straight out of the point. Not even expecting it from behind. Colorado already encircling Montana, and that is going to be them taking them down. They're looking with team kill. That's going to be point taken, and Hanamura going over to Colorado.
You know, I in the interview, I'm gonna ask whoever our CU player is. They said that they will take every game as seriously as they can.
Yeah.
And that attack phase, what? I see some spawn door waving.
Dancing.
So, I'm gonna ask Gavin about that.
Yeah.
Or Cloud about that. So
Cloud.
Cloud. Or I'm gonna ask them about it. So
right.
That was I'm seeing ECU.
I mean, it still was very classic of Colorado, right? Moving their players to be encircling of the enemy, and then it seems like the flare gets launched in their comms or in their virtual sky, and it's go time to attack the enemy. They're already in the back lines. Hypermobile comp once again, and went ahead and took it for a nice clean 3-0 win. Gonna be probably popping over to a quick break. It looks like we have Bird Boys lined up for our interview, folks, so we'll see you in a moment. Hi, folks, and welcome back to EGFC. We are here with Bird Boys from our University of Colorado team that we just saw. Bird Boys, congratulations on your win, and thank you so much for joining us in the booth today.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So you guys are, ranked quite high here in the league. Tell me a little bit about what the journey has been like over, the season, both, the earlier season and this spring season, and kind of where that is going to take you mentally leading into the playoffs.
I think just pretty much all year it's been just a constant story of improvement. I think we started off good, and I think we're better than we were then now, so I think just kind of constant path upward. For me, it's been interesting because first semester last season, I had our support Orion, and now I have to get used to another new support, Carrots, or Divination, or Infamy, or wherever he wants to go by. So
right.
It's been interesting kind of transitioning because we have to play so well together and play off of each other. But new support's great. He's a great guy. He's better than I ever will be at this game, and I learned a lot from him. So I think, like I said, just kind of keep going upward.
Right. Okay. I'm gonna ask you a more serious question later, but I now have to talk about this. Waffles was mentioning how CU's mantra was that you would take every game as seriously as you can. But I saw a Tracer player for CU dancing at the spawn doors of the defenders on Hanamura. Can you explain that to me?
I think that might be the team mantra. I think Cloud and I, and also everyone in the weekend, have a different mantra, which is, play as seriously as we need to. I think we just wanted to have fun at the end of that game, give people something to watch. So, I don't know, just having a good time.
No, that's very fair. And, going kind of transitioning off that question, Montana hasn't had an esports program until literally, a couple months ago. And I know CU has one. Do you think that the support given to you by CU, or even just the establishment of having an esports program, has helped y'all become better players, and especially this last game, or just in this tournament as a whole?
Yeah, I think we have an esports program. We could definitely be getting more help from the university, but I think the help that we do get in general is nice, especially just kind of in a team building aspect, just the events the university's put together, the LAN events we've gone to, all stuff like that. This kind of brings the team together, and I think that sometimes playing Overwatch for a bunch of hours a week can get draining, but I think that the school and the team we have together really keeps me going. So I think that as long as Montana boys can keep going, they'll be able to find that as well, and it should be a good time moving forward.
I will say, I toured CU before. When you have a gym like you do, and when you have a campus like you do, I feel like it's very easy to feel rejuvenated after playing Overwatch for so long.
Definitely, yeah, definitely.
So this is the only school I ever get to talk about that I've actually toured besides my own college. So hey, no, you'll never see this again.
That's my shout out to the league team, I guess, as well. That's my roommate Owen. It's on the CU league team. Infinitely less cool than us, but if you have nothing else to do, you can check them out as well, I guess.
Little plug over there also for the roomie. Always gotta love it. So obviously just shout out your roommate. Anyone else you want to add to that list over there?
Shout out the whole team, except for Divination, aka Carrots, aka Infamy. I am going to need him to make a scrim and also check his availability earlier. Everyone else, though, they're doing absolutely incredible. Keep it up, guys.
Well, there
and
you
Gavin,
have it.
sorry. Thank you for subbing, Gavin, whenever Carrots isn't there. You're doing awesome, too. So keep that up as well.
I love it. Props to everyone, and little burn over there, Divination. Bird Boys, thank you so much for joining us in the booth today. You got 2 weeks left, and we are excited to see how you guys are going to continue to progress. And a lot of people have their eyes on you going into the playoffs. So good luck to you, my friend.
Thank you.
Folks, that is going to go ahead and close out our matches of the evening. Obviously, we have a couple more weeks left in the spring season before moving into the playoffs. EGF does a great job at covering so many different types of games between Rocket League and League of Legends and Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. We have all the stuff there. Tyler, huge thanks to you who helped bring this all together. And of course, to our producer, Aeon, bringing you guys the real magic and the lovely 4K, 5K shots that we see throughout our matches. Zohan, anything you want to say before we go ahead and sign off for the night?
I mean, lovely game. If you do play StarCraft and you want to play StarCraft collegiately, fill out the interest form, and then we will also host StarCraft. I would love to cast StarCraft, so I'm just going to keep plugging it every chance I get. And yeah, that's all I have.
I feel it. The more, the merrier when it comes to esports and having access and having teams and players available to actually cover and broadcast and bring you guys the magic. So we will see you next week, and hope you guys all have a great night.